got 3 spots in the all-region team.
Yeah, he was a tremendous athlete. That was in my early days of actually, doing DB football back then, and on another station, and with the aforementioned Spivey, and Jesse was unbelievable. Just a heady player, even as a young football player, not to mention coach, but just gritty. And did all the right things for the Indians back in the day.
He also played on the Indian basketball team and also ran track. He was part of a relay team that finished 3rd in the state. And no offense to him, I think it was Teddy Gaines who did all the work.
Yeah, maybe so. Probably got a good point there.
After graduating from Dobyns-Bennett, McMillan played for Georgia Southern, where he was a member of 4 Division I AA national semifinal teams. Now, boys and girls, that's called Division I FCS. Okay. But I think Georgia Southern may be actually Division I FBS now. But anyway, they won the national championship under Paul Johnson in 1999 and 2000. Remember, Paul Johnson just retired from Georgia Tech a couple of years ago. His position coach back with the Eagles, Jeff Monken, is now head coach at Army. And there's all kinds of guys that were on that Georgia Southern staff. They're all over the place now. I didn't put all the names on the flip chart, but just about every coach that was on that team went on and is in a position of prominence now, or at least they were. And I think one's a head coach at Kennesaw State, one's a coordinator at Navy, things like that. So you have to be pretty good group to learn from.
Well, it was interesting if you think about it. I mean, Paul Johnson and Graham Clark are very good friends, and there were lots of option fundamentals about the Georgia Southern offense that he later took to Georgia Tech that we incorporated into the offensive schemes for years and years here at Dobyns-Bennett. And so there's a lot of interplay there, and that's interesting when you consider that Jesse was born out of those those days in terms of being at Dobyns-Bennett and then into that program too. So he's had quite the foundation established for him.
McMillan started his coaching career at Jones County High School, which is in Gray, Georgia. And that was right after he graduated from Georgia Southern. He was there from 04 to 09, came here to Dobyns-Bennett, coaching from 2010 through 2014, went to Volunteer when Justin Presley was hired from the Chicago area back to start the 2018 season. He was defensive coordinator for the Falcons, and when Presley resigned to take over at Carter, it was McMillan that was elevated to his first head coaching job prior to the 2020 season with Volunteer. And I think he's done a very good job. They were 0-10 the year before Presley and McMillan showed up in Churchill. They've won 10 games since. And, they've stayed in the playoff hunt till late, but I know Jesse now in Region 1 4A is really, really hoping that the Falcons can get over that hump and qualify for the playoffs this season.
Absolutely. And, I think it's just going to take time. It's, he's still kind of implementing the systems. It takes several years for that to kind of trickle down and for kids to play in that for a few years and kind of get the nomenclature and all those kinds of things down pat and understand what it takes to play competitive football at the level that Jesse wants them to play at.
And unlike Coach Christian, Jesse did not get to play against the team he now coaches. Joey played and was on that team, the 5 we talked about. McMillan did not play against Volunteers. They were not on the Indian schedule during his playing career here at Dobyns-Bennett. Coach Christian, 25-12 in his 4th year, and done a remarkable job. And McMillan and Coach Christian, they just couldn't say enough nice things about each other when I talked to them this week. They are great friends. Their families know each other well, and they're going to be great friends after this game's over. They're probably not great friends right now, but they will be after the game's over.
Exactly right. Yeah, there's lots of mutual respect between the coaching staffs, and it's one of those things where you, like you say, you're best of buddies up until the whistle blows, and then after the final whistle blows, you can be buddies again.
Well, Steve, I know you came down on the field with me to do the pregame with Coach Christian, but I could have swore you wasn't in earshot because we definitely go over that, and he talks about that. And But yeah, I mean, this is a coaching staff that know each other, knows what they want to do, and like you said, that friendship is there. But once that kickoff goes off, that'll go that way for a couple hours.
2021 is the 100th anniversary year of Dobyns-Bennett football, the 101st team in Dobyns-Bennett football history. The contest tonight against Volunteer is the 1,091st game in Tribe football history. The Tribe, with 807 wins, is notated down below the scoreboard to my left. 254 losses, 28 ties. The Indians are now tied with Brockton, Massachusetts, as the 26th winningest high school football program in the nation. Remember, last week they were tied for 27th with Nashville, Arkansas. They have not started their season, they being Nashville. Neither has Brockton. So the win last week by Dobyns-Bennett moves them to 807 and a tie for 26th. And just one of 31 programs with 800 wins. East St. Louis, I guess that's actually Illinois, and Amarillo, Texas are both at 799. They neither one played last week. So they're getting close, but we want to keep you up to speed on where Dobyns-Bennett ranks. It seems like every other week somebody links an article that is now dated on Dobyns-Bennett football social media pages, and I just have to correct them every time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what you were born for.
That's exactly
my
right.
Man.
Anyway, all right, we're going to take a timeout. Todd, as he mentioned, had a chance to spend some time with Coach Christian a few minutes ago before we went on the air, and he got a great interview with Coach Christian prior to the night's game against Volunteer. We'll continue with the Coach Christian pregame report right here as Todd Freeman and Coach Christian next right here in 2 minutes on ESPN Tri-Cities.
I can put the ball in the end zone, put it back in the end zone. This sound like an intro jet song, give me that tempo. So cool, he a fool with this. Told her don't let her friends know. In the building, I move like a dime. Eating for the cheese, and Vincenzo's. Me and my amigos got that free smoke. I know this coachy, I'm talking about pre-roll. Dark hair, she look like she go. She do. Hometown hero, feeling myself, can't murder my ego. She heard my deep stroke, she said, babe, does it hurt when I dope? Certified free, hang around dust, and she learning my lingo. Back then, wasn't worried about me though. In the gym, trying to work on my free throw. Damn, spending money in the club like Sam. Yes, ma'am, she a little freak on cam. But she don't put this on the ground. Little boys try to diss on the ground. I can't switch my fam. It's how I hit the switch on fan. This one my head is. I feel resentment from every direction. Even some homies be wearing expressions. I be discouraged from sharing my blessings. We used to share a connection. Now it just feels like it's wearing stretching. I'm getting real sick of taking advice from people that never stare at reflections. Somewhere in there is a lesson. Y'all ain't involved and it's very depressing. I'm at the club with the basketball team. Me and the Cardinals are sharing the section. Gotta share this impressive. I'm drinking water and wearing protection. Got a career and I'm very invested. Some people call it a scary obsession. I like to call it a passion. I can be sitting relaxed. I'm in the venue, it's packed. I'm digging the bag. I got a movie serving down on me. Eating on my ass. That's my TV distraction. That's my TV. I'm about to get a pack. Y'all wasn't tuned in back in. Last night they keep begging. I ain't doing no work to be asking.
You know, we're already in game mode, and however, it seems like it was about yesterday that we were at the Stone Castle. So, you know, just excited anytime. Excited. Shoot, I'm excited for myself and for our coaches, but obviously excited for these kids. These kids know, man, Jake Fred's such a special place, such a, it just shows such a level of commitment that the city leaders in Kingsport has to our program and to this city, and becoming such a fine institution like this. I know our kids love it. They love to be on this home field and kind of show what they've worked for all year. So it should be a good one tonight.
Well, talk about the community thing, Joe. You've been doing it. We were just talking about this off the air. You've been doing this a long time. everywhere we've gone, I don't think we've gone anywhere else to play that's community supports the football program in the area like Kingsborough does.
No, I don't think so. Maybe there might be a school there south of Knoxville does a pretty good job of supporting theirs as well. But it's never lost on me whenever I speak to the Kiwanis Club or the Civitan or whatever, any of those programs, and when I go to Food City or Walmart or something, just the amount of people that just comes up to me and, Coach, we're backing you. Good luck this year. Just all the positive support we have, and and financially and everything like that. It's overwhelming for me sometimes as a head coach here.
Coach, it's been a while that you've got a foe coming in here that we've seen over the years, and a head coach you're really familiar with, and that's, of course, the Volunteer Falcons.
Yeah. When we scheduled this game, I thought it would be a good thing. Now that it's here, I'm just not sure. Being a graduate of there, coaching there for 6 years, my first 6 years in coaching. And proud to be from there, proud of the success we had when I was on the staff there, and have nothing but good thoughts and positive thoughts about my time there. But and then obviously Coach McMillan, such a dear friend of mine. Him and his wife Erin, his kids Millie and Riley, they're such special people to me and Stacy and our family, and we think the world of them. But here's 7 o'clock tonight. We're gonna have to not be friends. We're gonna have to be mortal enemies for a few hours. But then after that, we're gonna put our arms around each other, and I know that I'll tell them I love them, and they'll be all right.
McMillan, of course, helped coach here as well. And one thing we know about McMillan and everything else, we expect his football team, they'll play very hard, very physical.
They'll be very physical. They'll play really hard. They'll be very multiple. I'm sure that they're going to try to give us many looks, to give our offense many looks, try to confuse us, try to get us maybe where we turn a few guys loose, some things like that in the box, in the run game, and then they'll try to do some things, to maybe get our eyes for our back end, maybe get our eyes where they're not supposed to be, and that they can sneak one down the field for an easy touchdown. And listen, Coach McMillan, Coach Castle, and Coach Davis, all those guys, I got a lot of respect for them, know how good they are at that. So we just, we got to do pretty good on our end, but I know our coaches too, and I know how good a coaches that I have on our staff, so we'll be okay.
Coach, the schedule that you got this year kind of reminds us a little bit of last year in the sense of quarterback play. Had really good quarterback last week at Tennessee High. I know you've got the Barrett kid coming in volunteer, and maybe that's where everything runs through them offensively.
Yeah, it does. Garrison Barrett's a heck of a football player. He's really changed his body, the way it's his body makeup the last 2 years. If you looked at Garrison as a sophomore versus Garrison as a senior, he's a completely different kid. He's been to a lot of quarterback camps all over the country, and deservedly so. He's deserving of everything that he gets. We got to do a great job tonight of keeping him in the pocket, not letting him get out, maybe getting him off his first read, maybe second read, and then maybe getting some pressure on him, but being able to keep him in the pocket and keep it closed up and collapse the pocket around him, because if we get somewhere wrong and we let him get outside the pocket, now listen, he's athletic enough, he can make it happen with his feet, or he can, he can also stand about flat-footed and throw a ball about 60 yards, and he can find somebody that's snuck behind on defense. So scramble situation defense is going to be really hard. We got to stick to our man, find a man when in zone. You got to find a man, you got to stick to him, you got to run with him and break it off into man at that time. So we got to do a really good job of that tonight.
Defensively, Coach, where do you see their power at on defense?
Well, they got two really good corners. The Heath Miller and Canetto kid does a great job. Their star backer, the Dykes kid, Dawson Dykes, he's a great athlete, great football player, man. Known him, gosh, I think I remember when he was born, if you want to know the truth about it. He's a heck of a football player, and probably that back end and everything. And I fully expect them to take the back end and probably probably going to play a little bit of cover 0 and cover 1 against us and add a few more guys to the box and not let us run the football. And they're going to kind of dare us to throw.
Coach, last week was a perfect opening weather week. I mean, it was incredible weather for this time of year. Not so much this week.
Why you say that?
Well, it's beautiful if we was at the beach. but 90, game time, it's going to be in the 90s and humid, and that's how important is conditioning.
Well, conditioning is very important. Conditioning is important this time of year for sure. And listen, that's why we don't take a lot of time off in the summer. We had graduation on this field on Friday night of Memorial Day weekend. But listen, on Tuesday morning after Memorial Day, we're out here on this field ourselves, and we're working hard to continue to do it all through the summer, other than the 2 weeks in the dead period. And I think it'll be a big thing tonight. And I think let's say things like it is. As a whole, Volunteer plays about on offense and defense. They play about maybe 15, 16 different kids. And listen, we played. Oh gosh, if I could do the math, we played almost 20-some kids on offense alone last week. So our depth and our numbers has got to show as we go through with along with our conditioning and everything. And I'll be very disappointed if that don't show pretty early in the game.
Coach, it's like I said, it's opening night here at J. John Stadium. The kids are going to be excited, going to be pumped up and everything else. How do you kind of manage it? I know you want them to play hard, you want them to play fast, but the adrenaline of being here.
Well, we don't, we want them to be jacked up. We want them to be excited. They better be excited. Golly, how could you not be, and why wouldn't you be? But we also know that, you can't peak too early. It's got to be a sustained mentality, and I think we'll do that. We'll have good energy from the sideline, but at some point in time in a football game, we can talk about the energy and being excited and things like that. But eventually, it's going to come down to where you're tired and the man across from you is tired, and it's going to be just a little bit of who's tougher at that moment. So we got to be the tougher team when it gets to that time.
Coach, if there's one thing that kind of stood out to you, what's that one thing for tonight for Dobyns-Bennett to be successful?
Oh, I don't. Listen, what I've preached to the kids all week is I told them Wednesday after practice, and I asked them, I said, who are we playing this week? And I said, Volunteer. I said, well, no, that's not it. That's not who we're playing. We're playing Dobyns-Bennett this week. There's a standard. There's a standard of excellence that's been created through 807 victories that this program's put up in the last 100 years. And, I'll be honest with you, Todd, that standard can be a little, it's quite a weight to carry sometimes for these kids. But I don't hide from that. And I face that forward and tell them that's what it is. And so they've got, they've got to play to that standard. They've got to do all that. And, we've got to get better at Dobyns-Bennett. And that's if we get better at Dobyns-Bennett and do what we're supposed to do, everything else is going to take care of itself.
Coach, your team at ESPN Tri-Cities, wish you a lot of luck, and we'll talk to you at halftime.
All right, sounds great, Todd. Roll Tribe.
All right, thank you, Todd, very much. Great interview with your head coach, Joey Christian, as he talked a lot about the Volunteer Falcons and how the Indians match up against the Falcons. And this season-opening home opener here at J. Fred Johnson Stadium tonight. We'll take another 2-minute timeout, come back. We're going to quickly get to the starting lineups for both teams. We'll do all that next in 2 minutes right here on ESPN Tri-Cities. All right, welcome back to J. Fred Johnson Stadium. You heard from Spivey, King, and Spivey, and some other ESPN Tri-Cities sponsors. We appreciate them very much. Spivey, King, and Spivey, of course, is also bringing you tonight's live stream here from J. Fred Johnson Stadium. Spivey, King, and Spivey, LLP in Kingsport, general practice law firm focusing on criminal defense and family law issues. The firm serves the Tri-Cities area in Kingsport, Johnson City, Bristol, and surrounding areas, including Rogersville, Elizabethton, Greenville, Irwin, Mountain City, and provides over 75 years of combined experience in matters dealing with criminal law, divorce and/or custody, business disputes, personal injury, workers' compensation, construction, civil litigation, and medical malpractice. Spivey, King, and Spivey LLP combines decades of trial experience in criminal and civil matters with the energy and perseverance which are demanded in today's modern legal environment. Call 423-245-4185 to schedule your appointment today. Let's look now at the starting lineups for both clubs. We'll start first with the visiting Volunteer Falcons, and we'll start with quarterback Garrison Barrett at 6'4", 210, a senior, thinner than he was last year. He can spin it really well. We saw a good quarterback last week. We're going to see a better quarterback tonight, in my opinion.
And that's saying a lot. I mean, Steve Johnson probably has a lot of the accolades. He obviously had improved a lot from the time we faced him last year to what we saw last week. But for Garrison to step it up even more than that is a high compliment. He's a great looking kid. I mean, he's got great stature for the quarterback position, and just kind of watching him in warm-ups, he can really sling it. You heard Coach Christian talk about the fact that he's got a very live arm, and so we've got our, as everyone knows who's watched Dobyns-Bennett as of the last several years, one of the things that we can have a tendency to give up is a long ball, and this kid can sling it, and so we've got to account for that.
Yeah, and I tell you what, Steve, after that interview and everything else, ESPN Tri-Cities has their own scout department themselves, and they're sitting up right beside of you. So I asked him, Mr. Parker, I said, you said, you've seen him the last 2 weeks. I asked Parker, I said, Parker, does he got that kind of gun? He goes, oh, yeah, he got that kind of gun. So we have to definitely watch him and not give him a lot of time to make things happen.
Yep, he can. Previous years when he got flushed out of the pocket, he didn't have the ability to extend the play or even make a play with his feet. Now he can do that, and what he's really adept at is keeping his eyes down. If he doesn't look, he's not tunnel vision when he gets out of the pocket, and he can stop and wing it a long way downfield. He threw a 71-yard touchdown pass that went almost 60 yards in the air last week to one of his starting wide receivers. That was Heath Miller. Miller is a triple jump conference champion and a long jump conference runner-up. They've also got out from the basketball team Andrew Knittel at wide receiver, 6'3", 175. They'll also go with Jared Count, 6 feet, 195, and Kaysen Christian at 6'4", 195, a junior tight end. They've got some skilled position people, including running back Dawson Dykes. Dykes 4 times for 50 yards last week and a touchdown. Barrett was 13 out of 26 for 210 in that touchdown. Miller had a bunch of catches for 138 yards. And Dykes steps into the starting role in the backfield tonight. Jesse said, make no mistake about it, we're going to get Dawson Dykes the football tonight.
Yeah. It's you look across the board, it's easy for, especially a Dobyns-Bennett Indian fan who understands the history of the games against Volunteer, to overlook this bunch. And you look at what happened last week, and you could make some judgment calls there. But make no mistake about it, they've got some athletes that, if given an opportunity, can really take advantage of some mistakes. And early in the season, Dobyns-Bennett is no different than anybody else. There's a tendency to make those early season mistakes. And so I would not be surprised if they were able to catch us unaware, so to speak, early in this game and force us to make some adjustments, because they do have some skilled people that can play.
Up front, left tackle Jackson Barrett, 6'5", 293, a junior. Left guard Cole Pennington, 5'10", 240, a senior. At center, Jeremiah Needham, 5'11", 210, a junior. Right guard Thomas Galloway, 6'1", 210, a junior. Right tackle Jaden Cutright, 6'1", 240, a senior. They protected pretty well last week against the West Ridge team that's very, very deep. Probably want to run it a little better than they did last week against those Wolves. But Coach McMillan said really Westridge recorded only one quarterback pressure on Barrett, and that wasn't really a breakdown in the offensive line. It was more of a running back missing an assignment in pass protection. So it's kind of interesting that Coach McMillan talked about how well his team blocked up front and protected Barrett.
Mm-hmm. And it's going to be interesting to see, how it's hard to play, the game of apples and apples and oranges and apples and all those kinds of things when you begin to look at different teams and what they do. It will be interesting to see, because I know last week that Dobyns-Bennett's defense at times were very disruptive to Johnson and not allowing them to kind of get any kind of rhythm going at all. And so we'll see, what kind of attack that we can mount against that offensive line tonight, and see if we can't hurry the quarterback a little bit more so.
Defensively for the Falcons, it was a struggle stopping the Westridge rushing attack last week. Volunteer gave up 411 yards on only 33 carries. So it was about a 12.5-yard average per carry for Westridge. And Todd, Coach McMillan said it wasn't anything other. He didn't come out and say this. I'm paraphrasing. If you saw my quotes, it was about effort. And they have coached taught effort this week on the defensive side of the football.
Yeah, and that's kind of what we talked about with Joey about usually their type of teams is an effort-based team. And I think that's what he came out and he said it. He basically really a whole lot of punches, and defense is you got to know where you got to be, but you got to put effort in. You got to have more effort than the offensive side, and I think I would be surprised if you didn't see more effort out of the defensive side tonight that you did that first week against Westridge.
Yeah, and the thing is you're going to have it because, if Dobyns-Bennett can get untracked a little bit, they've got some guys that run the ball really hard. We're going to talk about that when we get the offensive side of the ball for Dobyns-Bennett. But their offensive line did some really good things last week. They made some busts as well. But if they get rolling, they have a tendency to be able to just put some string runs together and put the pressure on a defense. And if you begin to think, oh no, here we go again, that could spell disaster for a Volunteer Falcon defense that already gave up 400 yards on the ground last week.
Starting defense line in a 3-4, but they're going to be even man front as well. So McMillan will try to keep the Indians guessing. Defensive end Thomas Galloway, 6'1", 210, a junior. Ethan Robert, nose tackle, 280, a senior. And then at the other defensive end, J.J. Hill, 6'1", 245, a junior. The heart of the defense is at the inside linebacker position, where Jared Counts, 6 feet, 195, a senior, had over 130 tackles last year. In 10 games, that was one of the tops in the state. And also, Jaden Cutright, 6'1", 240, senior. He's a three-year starter as well. And then they have linebackers they call the Jack, 6'1", 180, senior, Robbie Dale Bridgman. And the star linebacker is Dawson Dykes, 5'9", 170, a senior. The corners are Miller and Knittel. And the safeties are C.J. Frazier at 6'2", 153, a sophomore. And they will have a new safety because Riley Littleton, the slated starter, injured a thumb last week. So Littleton will be out tonight. That's a position to watch and see how they finagle their defensive backfield around starting tonight against the Indians.
Well, it's a big task, and I'm going to tell you, as you went down through there, I'm looking at your magic sheet that you work up for us every week, and there's a lot of names that are on the top of that sheet that are on the bottom of that sheet. And it's 90 degrees out here. We're starting 30 minutes earlier than normal. It's hot, and these guys are going going both ways. We saw the attrition and the way that it took its toll against the Tennessee High Vikings last week. We're going to see early on how in shape this Volunteer Falcon bunch is, because just from a standpoint, not even thinking about the X's and O's and the positions that each of those guys are playing, but they are going to be going both ways. days. And I can tell you that it's asking a lot under these kind of circumstances because, this is still baseball weather. It's not anywhere close to football weather yet. So we'll see. We'll see if the cramp monster, rears its ugly head for the Volunteer Falcons tonight.
Special teams, Dykes does the place kicking for Volunteer. Had 27 goals, I think, for the soccer team last spring. The punter is Robbie Dale Bridgman, and the long snapper is listed as Caden Hobbs. Dykes was 2 for 2 on extra points last week. Let's turn our attention now to the Dobyns-Bennett Indians. We'll start on that offensive.
Team members include Lily Arnold, Ella Atwell, Susanna Brown.
Indians have a new starter, but due to an injury, starting up front, left tackle Tommy Sexton, 6'1", 243, a senior. Left guard Braylon Banks, 5'7", 281, a junior. The center will be Carson Christian, 6'2", 256, a junior. Carden McVeigh at right guard, 5'10", 215, a junior. And at right tackle, Ryder Brown had a phenomenal game last week against Tennessee High, but he is out tonight. He will not play due to an injury. I don't know that it was something that was suffered during the Tennessee High game. He just kind of came up lame during the week. He's under evaluation, so he is out tonight. Starting in his spot will be Eli Smith, 6'1", 203, a junior, and he will be backed up by John Tebow, 6'3", 222, a junior. I think Tebow was out last week himself due to an injury. So that's a new starter there, and already, we've been so fortunate, Tiger, on the offensive line with so many games in a row that our offensive line started as one cohesive unit, and 2 games in here, 2021, we've got a little shakeup because of an injury.
Yeah, and it's not good. I know that the coaching staff is really high on the group that they have that can come in and out right there, but still, you're talking about trying to establish some kind of rhythm. You felt like at times that was coming together last week for them, especially with Ryder Brown playing a very key role in that. Had some great blocks, and I know he got he was awarded the Beef Boys Award last week for his play, and to not have him out there is going to be an adjustment for this line, but we'll see. We always talk about that next man up mentality, and we're going to see that in full display tonight.
Todd, the quarterbacks tonight, Jake Carson, 6'6", 215, a junior. Noah Blankenship, 6'2", 172, a junior. They both played last week. I think we should expect to see both Carson and Blankenship again tonight.
I think Todd may be on his route up here to take care of some technical difficulties.
Well, okay, Tiger.
Yeah. I mean, we will see that. We will see tonight just how well they play. Carson and Blankenship turnabout last week both did some positive things. There were some negative things there that were coachable points that they can grow with. But it's going to be interesting to see how that transpires tonight. What their play count will be. How much run will each of them get? Will one man be a hot hand and stay in there for more time? It remains to be seen.
Running backs, the Indians played 5 last week, and played a couple more late when the game was decided. But Hunter Minton, 5'10", 165, a senior, ran for 63 yards and a touchdown. Ishawn Graves, 10 carries, 53 yards and a touchdown, 5'7", 165, a senior. We'll also see Caleb Baker, 5'10", 158, a junior. Andrew Myers, 6 feet, 166, a junior. Levi Evans, out of that fullback position, 6'3", 210, a senior. Running backs all ran very hard last week. I mean, there's not a guy that's, a speed burner. There's not a guy that just runs over people, but they all run so hard that makes them all effective because they just wore down Tennessee High in the second half last week.
Very, very literally did. And you love to see that. As I was watching, I was trying to pay attention to the differences that each man brought to the table when they had a chance. And I tell you, there was not a lot of drop off in comparing, just their ability to get the ball moving. There was not this stutter step, let's stop and kind of, count the roses before I take off through the hole. There was an intentionality every time they touched the ball, and we saw last week. It was interesting to see what would happen on those short yardage situations. it was interesting to see Evans get those runs in that short yardage situations. They really like him. I mean, he's a big, tough kid, strong kid, and so that bodes well for us as well. But there's when you have that number of kids that can stay fresh and do the things the right way, it's always going to play to your advantage, and they certainly had an opportunity to do that last week.
At wide receiver, another of those or situations, a lot of guys played. Hayden Russell, 5'11", 158, a junior. Jonathan Gillespie, 5'7", 143, a junior. The slot, Hayden Shear, 5'11", 180, a senior. Those may be the starters you will see out there. Jalen Sensabaugh, 5'8", 133, a sophomore. Colt Weiniger, 6'4", 167, a junior. Bryson Gillum, 5'9", 139, a senior. Hayden Lipford, 5'11", 138, a senior. Dakari Dixon had a catch last week, 5'7", 143, a junior. George Evans, 5'11", 147, a junior. We mentioned Volunteers receivers. They don't have a lot of depth there. The receivers are good. They're also going to play defensive back. Dobyns-Bennett, we just ran off about 10 guys that are going to be in the football game. It's a decided advantage in a depth chart for the Indians.
Absolutely. It's a huge advantage, especially in what we talked about with the temperatures being what they are. And, I think that it remains to be seen. I don't think that our quarterback-wide receiver combo really had a chance last week to establish any consistent rhythm. They had plenty of success. There were also things that they left on the field. So it's going to be interesting tonight to see if they can establish any rhythm. But again, to have that ability, to have that number of athletes that can get out there and play, it's a huge advantage for Dobyns-Bennett.
Yeah, it is. And, I mean, you heard Coach Christian talk about in his pregame interview. He said, we played probably around 20 kids on the offensive side. And one of the places is a lot of wide receivers. And when you got a bunch in this heat and you got guys running up and down the field, and you can make that rotation, I think you will see that definitely pay off, especially late in this game, especially on the longer routes.
Also at tight end, we talked about Levi Evans at the fullback position, the H-back position. Ben Phillips caught a touchdown pass out of that position last week. He seemed to be the most targeted player that was at that position last week in the passing game anyway. We also saw Blake Dunford and Nathan Sons at times, but it's another deep position for the Indians.
Yeah, and we talked a little bit about, in the pregame last week, we thought Phillips would have some opportunities. We saw him, targeted several times, and we saw him score. We saw him do some really good things, and I think they like his athleticism. They like his size, the things that he brings to the table. But there are a number of kids that really kind of mirror each other as far as size-wise concerned, and I think that they'll have an opportunity to really make a difference for us, especially further on down the season.
All right, and now we're going to turn our attention to the Dobyns-Bennett Indian defense.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand.
We'll do that here momentarily as the Dobyns-Bennett Indian Marching Band is on the field. And they're going to have our national anthem, which we will have for you as well here on ESPN Tri-Cities. But the Dobyns-Bennett defense, we'll get to that after the anthem. We can tell you that for the second straight year, they held Tennessee out of -7 yards rushing. And that was with a completely different cast of characters last week, which is, to me, the most impressive stat of last week, along with some of our special teams accomplishments that we'll highlight in just a minute. Defensive end, Blake Dunford, 6'4", 211. Defensive tackle is Saka Kapimo, who had 6 tackles, including a tackle for loss last week. The other defensive end, Trace Benedict, 6 feet, 205, a senior. And we'll talk about the other defensive tackle here in just a minute. Right now, this is the national anthem, and this is your Dobyns-Bennett Indian Marching Band.
We ask you to please remain standing, and gentlemen, remove your caps in honor of America as the Dobyns-Bennett Indians Marching Band plays our national anthem.
great job by the Dobyns-Bennett Indian Marching Band, of course, as always, with the national anthem. We were talking about that defensive line, Tiger. Eli Smith last week started at defensive tackle. You know, he's been flipped over, and he's going to start on the offensive side of the football. This is a position to watch, maybe a late change here. Austin Moses is the backup there, or last week anyway, may have been injured a little bit last week, and we'll see whether it's Smith or Moses at 5'11", 199, and a senior at that other defensive tackle position.
Yeah, it's kind of a guessing game. See what we have and who will come out there. It's a little bit of gamesmanship as well, not knowing exactly what we'll have, who will show up there. But it's good to see that we've got some kids that can play multiple positions, and the coaching staff that can identify the skill sets that each of these kids bring to the table and use them to their fullest advantage.
Linebackers Levi Evans, 6'3", 210, a senior, leading tackler last week, 12 tackles. Branson Carswell, the sophomore. What a debut for Carswell, a star in the making. 10 tackles, 1 tackle for loss, 1 quarterback hurry, 1 fumble recovery, 2 quarterback sacks for Carswell. Also, outside linebacker Hayden Shear, 5'11", 180, a senior for Dobyns-Bennett. Defensive backfield, Hunter Minton, 5'10", 165, a senior. Nigel Vidal, 6'2", 165, a sophomore. Then Baker and Weiniger. Weiniger had a big interception last week. They did allow a few yards passing to Johnson. A couple of them were really big plays. Just one of those things, a young defensive backfield. As Joey said, 10 guys on the team thought they were one coverage. One would thought needs another coverage, and you get a big play. That's what happens.
That happens. That's called a broken play for a reason. And, I really do love this linebacking crew from the inside out. I mean, there's some athletes. There's some guys that are hard-nosed. I think the coaching staff and everybody's really high on the upside of what Carswell brings to the table as a sophomore. He had a tremendous opening game, and so that was really, really good to see. In terms of the backfield, defensive backfield, certainly Weiniger, I love those flowing locks. I mean, he looked really good, getting a hold of that football and taking it back up the field.
Yep.
And so, I mean, they've got some guys that can play, and it's just a matter of getting more and more experience and getting them, kind of more run back there and getting the younger guys some opportunities. And I would dare say tonight they will be challenged again, much like they were challenged last week as well.
Todd, special teams last week. Todd's back down there.
Okay.
I
got you.
Special teams last week were as good as it gets. Titan Thomas, the kickoff specialist, put 5 of his 6 kickoffs in the end zone. The other one, the Indians recovered, and Tennessee started it to 17. 5 for 5 on extra points attempt by Thomas. We had a school record punt that every time it gets talked about, it gets longer. It said it was 69 tonight. Well, it wasn't 69. It was 67 with a -2-yard return is what it was. I watched the film. But nonetheless, it was a school record by Great Manning. It really turned the game around last week at Tennessee High.
Well, it did, Steve, and I'm glad that you walk all them miles. That made it a lot easier getting back down here. I tell you, though, the special teams was a surprise. I mean, we knew he was going to be a little bit better, but you really saw that. The kickoff game, the punt game, the return game, everything looked really good. And, I mean, it's really good surprise because you can win high school games in the special teams market. And so far, I'm really excited about where they have come from just in a short year.
Of course, the defense steps up after that school record punt as the Dobyns-Bennett Indians have raced onto the field here at J. Fred Johnson Stadium. They forced Tennessee High to a 3-and-out, a sack by Carswell, a bad snap, a mishandled snap, a bad punt. Hayden Russell picks it up at the Tennessee High 30. He returns it for a touchdown. Dobyns-Bennett's first punt return for a touchdown in 5 years. And so you can't ask for anything more than we got special teams last week.
No, it was tremendous. We thought that we would probably have a little bit of advantage. They really liked what they were seeing from those young men early on, and they surely did not disappoint.
And Volunteer has come on the field, and they decided to run through the band as well.
I tell you,
that won't go well.
No, that won't go well. But I tell you what, I abided the Stormtrooper look last week with the new white unis, the white pants, and the white tops. But it is really good to be in J. Fred and see the home uniforms of the Indians down there.
Captains meeting on the field. Trace Benedict, a captain. Also, Nathan Sons, a captain. Levi Evans, a captain as well, along with Hayden Shear for Dobyns-Bennett. For Jared Counts for Volunteer, Garrison Barrett as well. Also, Caden Hobbs for the Falcons. And one more whose number, there he is, I got him now, that would be Jaden Cutright. Meeting, Dobyns-Bennett wins the toss. They elect to defer, and so it will be probably Volunteer getting the football.
And they will.
And Volunteer does accept the football.
Volunteer will receive. They will defend the baseball end of the stadium. Dobyns-Bennett to kick off and to defend the scoreboard end of the stadium here at J. Fred. It's Todd, weather report. We've got a bit of a breeze in the press box now. Hopefully it's cooled down a bit.
No, it hasn't. It's actually, the sun's brutal. It's very hot. It's stale down here on the field and humid. Steve, I know you might have a little breeze up there. Just look across the field and look at the American flag. It is absolutely just dead. So, but hey, this is what they practice all summer. Like you heard Joey talk about it, they get after it in the summertime. Why? For these games right here. So, and like I said, but it is definitely something to watch out. Hydrate, and I'd watch out for cramps early.
We'll see how that plays out. Kudos to the Dobyns-Bennett training staff last week. That was a win there as well.
It was. They certainly were. We made the point on the broadcast. Kudos to Zach Fleming and all that he does to prepare these kids from a physical standpoint. I don't remember seeing any of our kids with cramps, and it was a constant for the Vikings. And we'll see how tonight if we can win the medical standpoint of this game as well.
So it'll be Titan Thomas to kick off. Back deep for the Falcons is Dykes on the far side. Heath Miller on one side. And actually it's Caden Lafayette, not Dykes. And here's the kickoff as it's Tribe time here in J. Fred Johnson Stadium. That kickoff goes into the end zone. And so Volunteer will start at its own 20-yard line.
Great start. That was a great kickoff right there. I mean, it had good height and good length going into the end zone. That's exactly what you want from your kicker to start a game right here.
So Volunteer will start from its 20. The quarterback, Garrison Barrett. Volunteer in its blue football pants, white jerseys, orange numerals. I tell you what, both teams, kudos. We can read these numbers from anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Barrett in shotgun formation. Dykes to his left. Christian now, the tight end, H-back to his left as well. Two wideouts to the right now. Christian across the formation now to his right. Another receiver in motion. Barrett to throw, wants to set up a little screen pass, and it's going to be complete across the 25 to the 28-yard line, make it the 27-yard line to Heath Miller.
Yeah, that was, and he's living up to the billing. He got some height on that. It was a nice throw and catch, a little bit of a, allowing the defense to come in on him, create some open spaces for Miller to exploit. And it was nice for him to be able to hold on to that football because he took a shot.
2nd and 3 from the left hash mark. Who was that? I think Baker was Baker.
Caleb Baker's the one that made the tackle.
Barrett looking left, complete to Christian for a first down across the 30. Now Christian wrapped up and dropped by a host of Indians as he gets to the 33, but it's a first down for Volunteer.
Yeah, immediately you see, Volunteer going to the air. They like that air attack, and so far success for their quarterback wide receiver matchups right now. Defense is doing a good job, just kind of reacting to it. Not a lot of yards after a catch yet, but still some open spaces in there for the wide receivers.
So 1st and 10 from the 33 for Volunteer. Out wide right is Knittel. In motion now is Counts coming to the backfield. They'll give it to him, and he dropped it, and it may be an incomplete pass.
That should be an incomplete pass. I think they're going to call it a fumble right now.
Called that a fumble, and they're going to give Dobyns-Bennett the football at the 25 unless it's overruled.
And Jesse's going crazy over there.
And now the officials are having a conversation. I think the guy from over in the Volunteer, I don't know. It was a quick conversation. Well, I'll tell you what,
that's a big right there, because, guys, that's right in front of me, and that is a horrible call. He flips it forward, and that is absolutely an incomplete pass. Break for Dobyns-Bennett.
So DB gets it at the 25-yard line. Jake Carson, the starting quarterback. That's a team rush of -8 yards for the Falcons.
Unless they said it was more of a handoff and not a pass is the only thing I can think of.
Here's a handoff to Minton. Minton back to the line of scrimmage, and that's about it, as he was tackled there by Jared Counts.
And the only reason I base that on is Jesse stopped arguing as soon as he heard something from the official. And I don't think that would be the case any other way.
So a huge turnover by Volunteer has given Dobyns-Bennett the ball at the 25 of Volunteer, but Indians on first down failed to gain. Now Carson empty backfield for now with 3 out to the left, 1 to the right. Now Minton returns. Give to Minton going right, 25, and he will fall forward down to about the 21, a pickup of 4 yards for Minton. But it will bring up 3rd down and 6.
Yeah, nice little run right there. Minton kind of came underneath from the left to the right side of the line. Big 3rd down play right here for the Indians. See if they can take advantage of this change of possession.
Out to the left for Dobyns-Bennett goes Shear, Phillips, Minton, and also Russell. Got 4 wideouts to the left for now. Down to the right is Gillespie.
Asking a lot of the line right here.
Carson to throw, wants to find Gillespie. Down towards the corner. Gillespie in the end zone. Touchdown, Jonathan Gillespie.
Excellent. That was an excellent throw and catch. Carson did a tremendous job in the face of the rush, just having composure and putting it up. And Gillespie did a wonderful job. I mean, I think he was outsized right there. Just wanted the ball more so than the defensive back. Great throw and catch. Touchdown, Dobyns-Bennett.
Yeah, guys, I'll tell you what, that was a straight linebacker blitz that absolutely had nobody to touch him. Yeah. A great read by Carson, but like you said, guys, he got a little separation, Gillespie did, and went up and got it. Great catch.
Dobyns-Bennett turns the turnover into points. The extra point by Thomas is up and good. 9:04 to go first quarter. Your score, Dobyns-Bennett 7. Volunteer nothing. You're back in 60 seconds on ESPN Tri-Cities.
Dobyns-Bennett scoring play. A 21-yard touchdown pass from Jake Carson to Jonathan Gillespie. Titan Thomas, PAT, is good. Titan Thomas to kick off. Deep for the Falcons. Miller and Dykes.
All right, welcome back to J. Fred Johnson Stadium. Dobyns-Bennett takes the turnover, marches 25 yards in 3 plays, 1:39 seconds. And the kickoff by Thomas angling towards the corner, and it will go into the end zone as well. So Volunteer for a second straight possession will start at its 20-yard line. The touchdown pass from Carson to Gillespie, covering 21 yards. And for Carson, that is his second touchdown pass of the season. And the first caught by Gillespie. It's 1st and 10 Volunteer.
Certainly couldn't ask for more out of your first offensive and defensive series for the Indians.
And that came after the first play failed the game, too. So Barrett with Dykes in the backfield. Barrett to throw, looking right in the flat, complete to Counts. Counts out to the 25. He's tackled out there by Minton, a gain of 5.
I tell you, the Falcons are having a lot of success right now, just finding some open spaces in the defensive backfield, and quarterback doing a wonderful job of getting the ball and putting it right on him.
2nd and 5 from the 25 for Volunteer. And they're going to the quick pass, too, Tiger. It's kind of not allowing Dobyns-Bennett's pass rush time to get there as of yet. Barrett now, another quick pass. Now he's going to go downfield. Man is open. It's complete at the 40. All the way down to the 35-yard line goes Heath Miller. Miller goes all the way to the 35-yard line. That's a pickup of 40 yards on the pass play from Barrett to Miller.
I mean, if you can have success getting rid of the ball as quickly as they're getting rid of the ball, and your wide receivers can create that level of separation against your defensive backfield, you're in for a long night. I mean, that was just a tremendous throw and catch right there, and we were not in the vicinity to defend that.
Barrett has completed his first 4. 1st and 10 Volunteer at the Indian 25. Now here comes a blitz. He reads it, gets it out here complete to Christian. Now a flag down. As Christian gets down to the 17-yard line, let's see what the flag is about.
It's in the area of defensive holding against their wide receiver. We'll see what happens. Could be against Dobyns-Bennett as well.
Here at home, we actually should have an opportunity to hear him.
The play gained 8 yards. They may be taking the 10-yard penalty.
Holding on the defense, 10 yards, previous spot, first down.
I think he said holding.
I think he did.
I think we can turn that down a little bit. During his sound check, he did not go that loud.
Yeah, I'm on it.
So that's another Volunteer first down. Mark it at the 15-yard line. 1st and 10 Falcons. Barrett to throw, looking left. In the end zone, incomplete. There was some contact down there, no flag.
Yeah, they were both kind of hand fighting a little bit. I don't think either of them gained an advantage over the other. It was a good no call right there, but very well defended right there.
Right there in front of me, guys. Nobody got their arms extended or got a good big grab. That was a good no call.
The first incomplete pass thrown by Barrett. 7:38 to go first quarter. 7-0 Dobyns-Bennett.
It's going to be interesting to see what kind of things we can do to dial up a little bit of pressure a little bit more quickly, because you just can't allow him to have the time to sit back there.
Actually came with a blitzer on the left side that time and sneaking around showing blitz again. And now a timeout called by Volunteer. They brought Evans around from his linebacker spot to the left, and now after the whistle sound, we added some contact in at the center of the line, and then we had some more contact. Yeah, everybody's gotten excited, but no penalty flags are down.
I'm very shocked that we did not get a
Volunteer.
Timeout on the field. 7:38 to go first quarter. 7-0 Tribe. We're back in 60 seconds on ESPN Tri-Cities.
Second down, 10 Falcons.
So Volunteer out of the timeout as we're back here at J. Fred Johnson Stadium right here on ESPN Tri-Cities. Dykes to the right of Barrett, 2 receivers left and right. In motion goes Counts, and they give to Dykes on the delay, and he's going to get across the line of scrimmage down to the 13. Ben Phillips was trailing him from behind. Also on the tackle for Dobyns-Bennett was Blake Dunford.
Yeah, Barrett double clutched a little bit. It was delayed even more so than it was supposed to. Double clutched a little bit and allowed even more time for the Indians to take advantage of that.
Yeah, Tiger, he actually almost fumbled it. He took the snap off his fingertips and had to re-grip it.
That looked like the same play that they did call the fumble on a few minutes ago. But that time it was Counts not getting the ball. 3rd down and 8 from the 13 for the Falcons. Barrett, he does give it to Counts that time. That was a clear pass. The Counts going right, nothing there. Maybe got back to the line of scrimmage, maybe a yard. That's going to be about it. Nope, they mark it back at the 13. That was no gain. So now it's 4th down.
Let's see what
and guys, it looks like they're going to try to kick it. And I tell you what, guys, great play right there by Levi Evans too.
Was. I'm kind of surprised that they're going to try to kick it with this kind of field position.
Dawson Dykes from the right hash mark to attempt a 30-yard field goal for Volunteer. Snap is low. They're not going to get it off. Now I improvise as the holder throws it to Dykes. That was Christian to Dykes, and the Indians snuffed it out, and the Falcons are turned away.
Yeah, just a mishandled snap there by the holder, and it's a fire situation, and the kicker just kind of goes out in a pattern, and it just kind of all blew apart right there. Just not a lot of good things happening right now for the Volunteer Falcons outside of a couple of really nice throws from Barrett to their wide receivers.
You know, you talk about the kicking game, guys. That's something that we don't talk a lot about, is the snapper and the holder and how important they are. And there's a sign, not the best snap, and that holder just didn't have the hands to put it down.
So with 6:05 to go in the first quarter, Dobyns-Bennett takes over at its own 12-yard line. The quarterback is Blankenship. Noah Blankenship in at quarterback now for Dobyns-Bennett. He'll hand it to Graves up the middle. Graves kind of ran into his own blocker. Phillips, as he gets across the 20-yard line, he'll pick up about 3, did Ishawn Graves. Counts again on the tackle for Volunteer.
Graves doing a nice job finding the crease right there, getting what he could on that first down run.
2nd 7 for Dobyns-Bennett. Gillespie and Dakari Dixon go out to the left. Down here to the right is Sensabaugh for Dobyns-Bennett.
There's that pistol formation.
Yep, pistol formation. And now Blankenship moves Graves up to his right. And now we have a whistle sound.
Delay game.
Dead ball. Delay game on the offense. 5 yards, 2nd down.
That seemed pretty quick, to be honest with you.
Well, we got play clocks, so.
Yes, we're without excuse.
So the 5-yard mark off takes it back to the 11 and goes from 2nd 7 to 2nd and 11. 2nd and 12 make it.
Didn't have a lot of that last week.
Nope.
Saved ourselves with a timeout once, but you don't want to see that.
Same formation for Dobyns-Bennett. Actually, that's Carson, not Blankenship. Carson throws complete to Phillips. Phillips lumbering downfield across midfield of the 40 to the 30, all the way down near the 20-yard line. Phillips comes free from the tight end position. Carson lofts it to him, and that's a pickup of 64 yards. And a Select 7 Credit Union first down for the Tribe.
I tell you what, that was an absolute beauty of a play right there. Carson, just an excellent throw. I honestly didn't think Phillips was going to get his head around in time to find that ball, but he certainly did. Give him all the credit. He was able to track that thing down, and the big boy was lumbering once he had it.
Hey, guys, I tell you what, I saw something I've never seen. I know they saw it on live stream. The back judge threw a flag and picked it up.
Wow. So 1st and 10 Indians at the Volunteer 20. Carson still in there at quarterback. My apologies. Carson fakes the handoff to Graves, wants to throw towards the end zone. Complete. That's complete down to Levi Evans. Evans all the way down to the 1-yard line.
Man, I tell you what, Jake Carson is putting the ball on the money tonight. I mean, he's made some tremendous throws. Great protection right there from the line. And these wide receivers are just finding their place in the zone and bringing the ball in. Offense looking good right now.
Can we select 7 Credit Union 1st and goal?
And Steve Wilma's favorite formation.
That would be of the I variety.
Levi Evans in there.
Evans at fullback. They'll give it to Evans. Evans crashing towards the center of the line. That should be a touchdown, and it is. Touchdown, Tribe.
You got to love the power formations, the I formation. Bring your big boy in, give him the ball, and let him do what he does best. And we'll probably see quite a bit of that this year. They liked it in the first game, and they're liking it thus far in this game as well.
So the Indians take over on downs and march it the length of the field for their second touchdown. Titan Thomas to attempt the extra point. That extra point is up, and it is good. Just hooked through there to the left. Straight up, 4 minutes to go first quarter. It's Dobyns-Bennett 14 and Volunteer nothing. We're back in 60 seconds right here on ESPN Tri-Cities.
Touchdown plunge by Levi Evans. Titan Thomas PAT is good. The Indians lead 14-0.
All right, welcome back to J. Fred Johnson Stadium. Dobyns-Bennett goes 87 yards in just 5 plays. You know, it was 2nd and 7, and then the penalty knocked Dobyns-Bennett back to 2nd and 12. It was Carson to Phillips for 64 yards, Carson to Evans for 19 yards, and Evans a 1-yard touchdown run. The drive 5 plays, 87 yards in 2 minutes and 5 seconds. Carson starts the game 3 out of 3 for 104 yards.
They're looking good. I mean, they really are. They've got some things dialed in. I like the passing attack thus far. Just the comfort level they seem to have found there. Good protection. Good things happening offensively for the Tribe.
There was an extended timeout after the extra point. Teams just now returning to the field. I don't know if that was somewhat of an official, everybody get some water timeout or what was going on. Could be.
Yeah, they take their, the officials do a good job of making sure that in these circumstances that the players get plenty of opportunity to get some hydration in.
So here comes Thomas to kick off for a 3rd time here in this first quarter. Thomas approaches and he boots it away, and it's another well-hit kickoff, but it is returnable at the 3-yard line, straight up the middle 10, and down he goes as it gets to the 15. What coverage by Dobyns-Bennett.
Yeah, we heard Coach Christian talk a little bit about that after the game last week against Tennessee High. Just, Thomas did a tremendous job getting the ball to the end zone most of the time, but the short few times that he did not, the coverage teams were right on spot. And, getting it out to the 15, that's even gravy when you talk about a high school kickoff.
Yeah, good job by Cannon Mullins. It's Coach Jake Mullins' son. He's, I think, the first one down to make that tackle.
Dykes was on the return. 2 wideouts left and right for Barrett. His team trailing now 14-0. Barrett looking. Barrett under pressure. There's a penalty marker down. Barrett is sacked back at about the 10-yard line.
That's going to be a hold. I bet we decline it.
Levi Evans on the sack of Barrett. I would assume that's going to be a decline of the penalty.
Yeah, you're going to hear it here, but yeah, Joey said decline it.
Holding 74 on the offense. Penalties decline. Second down.
So Barrett loses 5 yards on the quarterback sack. Back to the 10. It's 2nd and 15. Levi Evans on the quarterback sack. By the way, that defensive tackle position we talked about, at least in there right now, Benedict and who's the other one over there? We don't have it, but one in there right now. Anyway, there's a give up the middle across the 15. Looked like there was running room there, but it quickly closed by Hayden Russell.
Yeah, nice pursuit right there. You don't want to give that kid an opportunity. Dykes can tote the mail, and he got about 7 yards on that to bring it back to a 3rd and 8 situation. But yeah, they closed down pretty quick. It looks like they're playing Levi Evans down at the defensive tackle position.
Doesn't it?
Yeah.
So Dykes with the 7-yard run brings up 3rd down and 8. Barrett to throw. Barrett looking. Barrett under pressure. Moves to his right. Unloads. Complete. Across the 25 to the 26. That's a 1st down to Miller.
Well, nice job of the defense getting a little bit of penetration, flushing Barrett out, but also a good job by Barrett finding his receiver going just far enough to get past the sticks for that 1st down. That was a good throw and catch by the Falcons right there.
Miller now has 3 catches already in the game for 51 yards. It's a 1st down Volunteer, their 4th 1st down of this 1st quarter at their own 26. Evans is lining up at a defensive tackle position, isn't he?
Yeah, he sure is.
There's a give. Dykes going right with running room. 30, 35, across the 40. All the way out to the 41-yard line. That's a pickup of 15 yards for Dykes.
And, guys, that's where that defensive end, he can't shoot that far up the field to try to get to the quarterback.
Yeah, that's an adjustment I think that they'll probably make when it comes to the sidelines. But yeah, you've got to contain a little bit better than that. It's one thing to get depth, but it's also to create so much depth that they can run inside of you. It's not a good thing.
So Barrett in shotgun formation, 3 wideouts to the left. Barrett will give it to Dykes again going right. Trying to turn the corner across the 40 to 44, 45-yard line. Tackle by Ben Phillips, but Dykes with another 5 yards.
Now on that play, Evans and Phillips ran a little twist out there, and Evans kind of ducked around the end. Phillips came inside. Evans went around him. Just not quite. He didn't quite get there in time to bring Dykes down. In the backfield, that is.
4 yards for Dykes to the 45. It's 2nd and 6. With 1:50 to go in the 1st quarter, 14-0. Barrett, here comes some pressure. Dunford. Barrett gets away, unloads it, incomplete. Now a penalty marker is down in the backfield as well. He was trying to get it to Miller. The coverage was Tony Simpson for Dobyns-Bennett. There's a marker on the play. What Dunford had Barrett locked up, couldn't bring him down. It is a penalty marker on Dobyns-Bennett.
Got a feeling it's going to be a hold, guys, in the backfield.
We'll mark it from the line of scrimmage.
Holding defense, number 29, 10 yards, previous spot, result penalty, 1st down.
Well, they actually went, well, they did go 10 yards to the 45.
Unfortunate.
Another 1st down for Volunteer. That's the 3rd penalty of the opening quarter on Dobyns-Bennett for 25 yards. 1:42 to go. 1st quarter. 14-0 try. Barrett motioning Christian out to his left. Here's Barrett, kind of a quarterback draw, and that's not going to work. Barrett took a shot from Levi Evans, but it was Carswell underneath there to bring him down initially for the tackle for loss.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what that was supposed to be, but that was not it. It was a busted play from the get-go, and Barrett did a pretty decent job just maintaining possession of the football, taking a shot like that.
So officially it loses 2 yards, does the play. Brings up 2nd down and 12 from just inside the Dobyns-Bennett 47. Barrett looking to his right, throws it out there, incomplete, intended for counts. Barrett took a shot, and Barrett is down. He was hit there by Benedict.
Very clean too, guys, by the way. He was.
Yeah, they call it football. You're going to take your shots, and that was a legal shot.
Yeah, what I mean by that was he didn't lead with his head or nothing. He just basically just ran through him.
McMillan upset. He's not really hollering at the official. Looked like he's hollering at his own team.
That was an opportunity to make a catch out here. I think he was just upset with the fact that they didn't bring it in.
Barrett drilled that ball out there to Counts. I mean, Counts barely had time to turn around. 3 wideouts left. Barrett now looking left. And here comes the Indian pressure. Barrett in trouble. Rolls away from it. Gets the ball down the field. Intended for Miller. Incomplete. But that play by Barrett, that's a sack last year. Now it's an incomplete pass.
You're exactly right. Very nice use of his feet. Seeing down the field. Keeping, like you said in the pregame, keeping his focus downfield. Finding a receiver that he could try to get the ball to, but obviously ran out of real estate there on the sidelines.
So 4th and 12 for Volunteer. Clock stop with 46.5 seconds to go. Volunteer is not showing punt on 4th down and 12.
They're just going to throw the tater here and see what happens.
Barrett, he's going to punt it away. Barrett punts it. Downfield, it will bounce and take a Volunteer bounce all the way down. Can they save it? They can't. That thing bounced at the 20 and went parallel to the sideline all the way down the field into the end zone for the touchback.
I mean, that was everything that they wanted of it. You can't do it better than Barrett just did it. Should have been down inside the 5. Just very fortunate were the Indians there to have a touchback on that play.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about this first half, guys. Dobyns-Bennett is up 14-0, but this is a game of we've got a few more breaks really to be up 14-0.
Miller was down there trying to get to it, and it just rolled faster than he could run. And he was expecting it to kind of hop up, and it never did. It just took one bounce and just rolled. Now Blankenship in the game for Dobyns-Bennett. He'll hand it off. First man through. Hunter Minton across the 20 to the 23-yard line. Pick up a 3 for Minton. Dale Bridgman on the tackle for Volunteer.
Well, I think it tells you something about the confidence level that they have in both Carson and Blankenship. Giving Blankenship a shot. You know, Carson's had a really good first half thus far and throwing the ball really nicely. But they don't want to. They want to honor Blankenship's tenacity and his practicing and giving him a run too.
That will be the end of the first quarter. End of quarter number 1. Dobyns-Bennett 14, Volunteer nothing. We're back in 60 seconds on ESPN Tri-Cities. All right, welcome back to J. Fred Johnson Stadium.
Appreciate Spivey, King and Spivey supporting the Dobyns-Bennett Indian live stream on YouTube right now, and we appreciate them also listening to us and allowing us to be your voice for Indian football here tonight.
An extended timeout, out of the timeout, if you will.
Yeah, these timeouts are taking a little time.
So here comes Dobyns-Bennett on 2nd and 7 as we start quarter number 2. Blankenship, the quarterback. Blankenship gets it out here to Shear, complete to the 25, to the 30, to the 35, to the 40. The 45 finally pushed out of bounds by Counts, trailing the play all the way out. Shear goes all the way out to the 50-yard line. And that's a pickup of 27 yards and a select 7 Credit Union first down for the Tribe.
Well, what you saw there was every man doing exactly what they were supposed to execute that play. Had some great blocking on the edge by the wide receivers and the running backs. And Shearer doing a nice job getting the ball in, looking it in, and getting up the sidelines like he's coached to.
So from midfield, Dobyns-Bennett has it 1st and 10. Blankenship's first completion of the game. The Indians have yet to throw an incomplete pass, either quarterback. 4 for 4. Blankenship the give, and Minton is hit in the backfield by Counts for a loss of -1. Actually, that was Myers, I believe, on the carry.
Entirely too much penetration by the Falcon defensive line right there. We got to shore those things up. Need to give him at least an opportunity to run the ball, find him a little crease in there.
So Myers loses a yard. It's 2nd down and 11.
Ben Phillips checks back in the game at tight end.
Yep. Blankenship to pass. Blankenship wants to go deep across the middle. That pass is incomplete.
Oh, my goodness.
Knittel on the coverage. The pass was intended to Dakari Dixon.
Oh, my goodness. That was a missed opportunity right there. That was a really nice throw. Just Dixon was not able to get his hands on the football.
Guys, I don't think y'all could tell up there, but Knittel just, I think, got a finger on it.
Did he graze it?
Just graze it just enough to get it that odd spin to it.
Well, that was close enough to obviously make a difference in Dixon being able to get his hands on it. But tough break right there because it was a nice throw.
So here is Blankenship again. Blankenship rolling to his right. Looking, and that pass is incomplete. Trying to get it to Myers. And Indians almost guilty of having linemen downfield, but the ball was behind the line of scrimmage, so that wouldn't have counted. But that's an incomplete pass.
And that's a rough thing because when Blankenship gets flushed out to his right, he's a left-handed quarterback, and for him to get his shoulders back around to make that throw is asking a tremendous amount.
So Grayton Manning will punt it away for Dobyns-Bennett. 2 Falcons back deep. Knittel and
Miller.
All right, here's Manning. Punts it away. It's a good punt by Manning, and it will be taken at the 10-yard line by Miller. Miller going left. Makes one man miss, but not a second. That's Cannon Mullins again down there on the tackle on special teams for Dobyns-Bennett. The punt goes 41 yards for Grayton Manning, and a 1-yard return for Volunteer.
Well, again, check the column for special teams for the Indians out there. That was a great punt, getting the ball down the field, not letting it get into the end zone or anything like that, and a great coverage unit there for the punt team.
Tiger, I was surprised that Miller actually fielded that punt.
Yeah, it was a flat punt. There's every likelihood that it's going to hit rolling into the end zone. It's kind of he was in no man's land, really.
Yeah.
So 1st and 10, Volunteer with 10:35 to go in the first quarter. First half. Dobyns-Bennett on top 14-0. Here's a gift to Dykes again. Dykes this time is hit right at the line of scrimmage by the slashing Branson Carswell, who came slicing in there. And they may give him a yard. That's about it.
And Tiger, I think that was that adjustment that you make. They sliced us up a couple times on that play. And I think the young Carswell, they got him in position, and you could see one-on-one, he does a pretty good job tackling.
Yeah, Very nice reaction by the Indian defense right there.
2nd and 9 for Volunteer. Again, 2 wideouts left and right.
Spreading it out again for Barrett.
Barrett rolling to his right. Here comes the pressure. He throws it downfield, incomplete. The pressure that time applied by Dobyns-Bennett's Blake Dockery, who was lined up at a left defensive end.
Caleb Baker was covering the wide receiver downfield. Did a nice job. Got a little handsy. Miller was looking for a flag, but I tell you, Baker did a nice job kind of sticking with him.
Tiger, it's hard to get those flags, even a little handsy, when you're in position.
Right.
And that's on a couple plays tonight. I've seen our defensive backs be in position, and that says a lot, and you can get by a little bit with that.
3rd down and 9 for the Falcons. Carswell coming on the blitz. He's chipped. The pass downfield is going to be incomplete. Miller was there. I'm not sure if Knittel didn't tip that one, trying to catch one that was intended for Miller.
I think you're right. I think both of them were in the vicinity. I don't know that was a design for them to be there, but Knittel certainly made contact and made it impossible for Miller to be able to read anything on the ball.
Knittel's made 2 good defensive plays, just one against his own team.
So it brings up 4th down and 9. Barrett's in shotgun formation, but not really punt formation. He punted out of it on 4th down a minute ago. And now he will drop back just a step or 2 further. Barrett's will punt it away. High punt, and it will be taken by Gillespie. Makes one man miss to the 45, to the 40, to the 35-30, 25-20, inside the 20, all the way down to the 4, to make it the 15-yard line is Gillespie.
Well, Jonathan Gillespie is a guy that you're really concerned about. If you're a Volunteer Falcon, if you're Jesse McMillan, he made the statement. You know, he's a dangerous kid with the ball, and he did a really nice job right there, looking that ball in, finding the ball, getting it, making the first man miss, and getting it upfield, putting the Indians in very good field position right here.
And Steve, it was right in front of me, and when he did one of the things that you don't see a lot of guys run on returns, instead of taking that ball and just kind of running it out of bounds, he turned it back into the field at the sideline and picked up about 3 or 4 more yards.
I believe the return was 25 yards. I think he caught it about the 40. If I saw that correctly, I did not catch the replay. Carson back in at quarterback for Dobyns-Bennett on 1st down. Carson looking. Will kick it out here to Shear. Carson had some pressure in his face from Ethan Reimer, trying to get it out to Shear, incomplete.
Well, that was a good incompletion right there. You didn't even want to complete that one. We'd have lost yardage. Carson did a nice job just getting rid of the ball, so he didn't have to take a sack or anything.
9:22 to go. 2nd down and 10. Volunteer gets a new defensive lineman in there. Now Carson
gotta hurry
to the sideline, changing the play. Play clock is at 5 seconds. And now 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. And Coach Joey Christian running on the field calls timeout. Timeout on the field. 9:22 to go first half. It's Dobyns-Bennett 14. It's Volunteer nothing. Back in 60 seconds on ESPN Tri-Cities.
Greenville 7, Granger nothing. Bearden 7. The Oak Ridge Wildcats nothing.
All right, welcome back to J. Fred Johnson Stadium, Dobyns-Bennett facing 2nd down and 10, 9:22 to go. Appreciate you listening wherever you are on ESPN Tri-Cities worldwide, 94.3, 1400 AM in Kingsport, or ESPN-Tri-Cities.com, or the TuneIn app. Keyword search WKPT, or you might be listening in via the live stream. However you're picking the live stream up around the world, appreciate that. Appreciate the fine folks at Spivey, King and Spivey making the live stream happen tonight. Pleased to be aboard on the audio side of that. 2nd down and 10 from the left hash mark for Dobyns-Bennett. Carson brings his team to the line. He'll send 3 wideouts to the right. Sensabaugh, Gillespie, and Shear. Graves, a running back. Graves has it to the 15, to the 10, to the 5. Graves will go untouched, 15 yards to the end zone. There is a late penalty flag down. That's at the 2-yard line. So we shall see. But Graves, nobody touched him, guys.
No.
He just kind of danced through there and then found daylight and hit pay dirt.
Let's see what the call is here.
Holding, 75 red, 10 yards, pause foul, 2nd down.
So holding Dobyns-Bennett at the 2-yard line. Graves will get 13 yards to the 2. It will be a select 7 credit union 1st down.
That's
and a penalty marker, 10 yards back to the 12. And it will be 1st down, I believe, and goal for Dobyns-Bennett.
I think they just called holding 5 yards behind where the ball runner, the ball carrier was.
Actually, it will be, it's 1st and goal from the 12, is it not? They don't have the sticks change set over there, so it's got to be 1st and goal from the 12-yard line. Carson again gives to Graves, and this time he's ended by Jared Counts. Nobody touched him. Counts in on the tackle. Graves loses 3 yards.
Penetration right there. He really didn't have an opportunity to do anything once he got the football. He was in the backfield so quickly. Kind of hit and miss right now is our ability to keep them out of the backfield.
So now it's 2nd and goal from the 15. Actually, it's 3rd down. I see what they've done. It's 3rd down. They never gave us the 1st down. My fault. It's 3rd down and 10. Because even though we got the 1st down of the 2, the penalty marker brought it back. So they did not credit the 1st down. Carson fakes, rolling right pass, incomplete to Ben Phillips.
Carson's pass intended for Ben Phillips.
Oh, so close to a couple of different things on this drive. We're going to remember this one. There's lots of coaching points on this particular drive.
So that will bring on Titan Thomas to attempt a 15 from the line of scrimmage. The 15 will be a 32-yard attempt for Thomas from the left hash mark. The snap is good. The hold is good. The kick by Thomas is plenty long enough. Is it true? It is not.
It's no good.
Just off to the right, Thomas misses. And so Dobyns-Bennett is turned away. And Volunteer will take over at its 20.
Unfortunate. Had plenty of leg right there, just a little bit of wide right.
Falcons from the 15. From the 20.
Yeah, we're going to have to mark that drive and remember, the opportunities that never materialized for various and sundry reasons. This was one of those things when that it takes every man doing his job on every play to make it successful, and we had several plays that didn't happen.
So Volunteer to the line, 1st and 10 at the 20, 8:19 to go in a fairly slow-moving second quarter. Barrett looking left, fires it out there. It's complete to Knittel. Knittel across the 25 to the 27-yard line.
Nice reaction by the Indian defense right there, but again, a great throw and catch from Barrett to Knittel for Volunteer. We talked about having lots of weapons out there, and Barrett's a nice-looking quarterback.
Nigel Vidal on the tackle there for Dobyns-Bennett brings up 2nd down and 3 for Volunteer from the 27. Miller out to the left. Christian. Knittel out to the right. along with Counts. Barrett to throw across the middle, complete to Christian. 45-50 across midfield, 45 all the way down to the Dobyns-Bennett 40-yard line. That's a pickup of 33 yards and a Volunteer first down.
Yeah, that's one of those situations. I think we got caught with I'm not sure who was supposed to have coverage. I think it was a busted coverage right there. Evans from his linebacking position put out, nearly had a hand on the ball, but there was nobody covering Christian right there, and you just can't give them that kind of opportunity for a throw and catch.
So Barrett with his team 1st and 10 at the Indian 40. Barrett again looking left, throws it quick. It's complete to Christian. Christian upended right after the catch at the 36.
He was very slow getting up, too. It was a good lick laid on him by the defender.
Baker, Caleb Baker, the tackle after pickup of 4.
I think he's going to have a lower extremity injury here, unfortunately. I hope the kid's okay.
Christian, that is his 3rd catch for 43 yards. He'll bring up 2nd and 6, but now Christian has rolled over on his back, and they are checking him.
Guys, I will tell you, the weather-wise, since the sun has gone down, it is more pleasant down here on the field as it was at the start of this game.
So Christian is up and off to the sideline. And so it'll be 2nd and 6.
2nd down, 6, Falcons.
Dobyns-Bennett has sophomore Nicholas McVeigh in there on that defensive line, along with the senior Capimo.
Tell you what, the Falcons is, again, just doing a really good job of getting Barrett opportunities to get rid of the ball quickly, and he's finding his receivers.
Barrett to pass. Barrett going down the left sideline. He got a man down there to pass. He is incomplete. The middle had it momentarily, then Minton, I think, reached in there and knocked it away.
I think that's all he did right there. I mean, he was trailing the play all along. Had position on him. Knittel was right in front of him. And Minton did a great job of identifying when the ball was there, sticking his arm in there and disrupting that catch.
So it brings up 3rd and 6 for Volunteer. 6:31 to go here in the first half. 14-0. Dobyns-Bennett scored 14 quick points. But nothing since. Volunteer has threatened. Saw an attempted field goal go awry.
Let's hear it. It's 3rd.
Yeah, see if we can dial up some pressure right here.
Coach Jesse McMillan, however, wants a Volunteer timeout. We'll take a 60-second break. It's 14-0 Dobyns-Bennett. Back in 60 seconds on ESPN Tri-Cities. All right, welcome back to J. Fred Johnson Stadium. Steve Wilmot, Todd Freeman, Tiger Brooks. 3rd down, 6 Volunteer. Barrett rolling left, wants to go downfield. Pumps once, twice, now gets rid of it. Pass is going to be incomplete. It was caught, but a good effort there by Dobyns-Bennett. I believe Baker just pushed him out of bounds before he could come down with the football in bounds.
Yeah, Barrett double clutched it there and kind of faded it too far to the sideline, and just a great play by the defender. Just he went up for it and he came down a yard or so out of bounds.
I believe that was Caleb Baker over there, number 18 for Dobyns-Bennett. If I saw that correctly from way over here.
You wonder how many more of these fourth downs they're going to quick kick. This might be a play right here.
By the way, Christian is back in the game for Volunteer. That's good to see.
Didn't look like he would have been.
Barrett on fourth down to throw, throws it downfield. That pass is going to be complete to Miller. Miller makes a turn, and he will go left into the end zone for a Volunteer touchdown. 36-yard strike to Miller.
And a marker down. Personal foul against Dobyns-Bennett. I think it was a late hit on Barrett to add insult to injury. But, yeah, I mean, fourth down, you kind of know what's coming, and Miller just doing a nice job. Was that Miller? It was Miller.
Yeah, it was Miller.
Getting behind us.
Personal foul on the defense. Touchdown. The penalty will be assessed on the kickoff.
Okay.
Extra point attempt by Dykes is up. It's good. New score, 6:14 to go first half. It's Dobyns-Bennett 14 and Volunteer 7. We're back in 60 seconds on ESPN Tri-Cities.
Knox Halls 29. Morristown East nothing. Greenville 21. Granger nothing. David Crockett 7. Letcher County Central nothing. Anderson County Mavericks 7. Johnson City nothing. Alcoa 42. Gatlinburg Pittman nothing.
All right, welcome back to J. Fred Johnson Stadium. Volunteer with an 80-yard drive in 6 plays. The big plays were a 33-yard pass to Kaysen Christian, and of course the touchdown on 4th down and 6, Tiger. Barrett to Miller for 36 yards. Miller now 4 catches, 87 yards on the night. Barrett 10 out of 16, 142 yards. And Volunteer right in the thick of this thing midway through the second quarter here.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, like I said in the pregame, you just can't look at what happened last week to Volunteer and completely write them off. You'd be making a mistake.
And Dykes on the kickoff, kicking from the Dobyns-Bennett 45, puts it in the end zone, and so Dobyns-Bennett will start out at its 20-yard line.
And guys, also just keep in mind weather report. There is a storm kind of brewing if you look right above the scoreboard.
I didn't want to look.
Yeah, it looked like it's kind of just blowing up, and it's. I will say that there is lightning in it.
Dobyns-Bennett 5 penalties for 50 yards, Tiger. Remember, this Volunteer defense gave up 411 yards rushing last week to Westridge. Dobyns-Bennett tonight has 20 yards on the ground.
Yeah, we'll see if we can capture some of that earlier game magic that the offense had.
Carson to throw with an empty backfield. Under pressure, gets rid of it. Tended it for Shear. Incomplete. Knittel cut in front of Shear and had a shot at it, but the pass is incomplete.
You know, we talked about in the pregame about how, you know, they looked at this defense and said they need to play with more effort. I think they're doing that tonight.
I would agree. I think they're definitely a different team than probably what Jesse McMillan was coaching last week against Westridge.
2nd down and 10. Carson will give it up to middle. This is Graves. Graves trying to break free from the first defender, still on his feet. Graves driving forward. He'll have about 5 yards.
Yeah, it was a good effort by Graves right there. Had a little bit of a seam, closed down quickly, and he kept fighting for every yard he got there.
Dykes and Frazier in on the stop for the Falcons. 3rd down and 5 from the 25. Carson with 3 right outs to the left. Dixon now returning from the far left. Back to the backfield. In motion goes Shear. They'll give it to Dixon going right. Dixon slithers through the line across the 30 to the 33 for a Dobyns-Bennett first down. Kind of ran Shear up there as an extra blocker, and Graves goes right behind him for 8 yards, Tiger.
Yeah, Graves did a really nice job right there. It was a good seam up the middle, and he did a good job of hitting it hard. Needed that one.
They select 7 Credit Union first down for the Tribe at the Volunteer 33. 5 minutes to go here in the first half. Dobyns-Bennett on top 14-7. Phillips now an H back to the left. In motion again is Shear. They'll give it to Graves again, straight up the middle. Across the 35, across the 40 to the 41. Counts in on the stop.
Yeah, I think they found something they like right here with this running game. Going quick, back to the line of scrimmage, kind of pressing the issue.
Yep. Graves with another 8-yard run to the 41-yard line. 2nd down and 2 for Dobyns-Bennett. Graves now with 34 yards on the ground, as he's gone for 5, 8, and 8 in successive plays. Now Carson looking to throw, wants to throw it downfield, lifts it up. Gillespie looking for it, can't get there. A penalty marker coming back. The ball was a little bit underthrown. Gillespie was trying to get there, and he was run into there by John Ross, a Volunteer.
Yeah, he did not have an opportunity to make a catch right there, and it was definitely interference.
That will be a 15-yard step off, and a Dobyns-Bennett Select 7 Credit Union first down, as that will move it down to the Volunteer 44.
Yeah, Dobyns-Bennett doing some interesting things right here, going no huddle, kind of keeping the pressure on.
15-yard penalty, first down and 10.
And
from the Falcon 40.
They like the rushing game there. I think they found something up the middle.
Graves stays in there. They'll fake it to Graves. Carson again throws it across the middle to Phillips. Diving, can't get there. The ball was just over the leaping Kniddle. Phillips couldn't get there. He finds a seam and hits him in stride. There was nobody left.
Yeah, Carson was thrown to a spot there, guys. If he'd have looked, Phillips was open a whole lot earlier towards more of the middle of the field.
Yeah, he just no, I don't know if that was a throwing issue or a route running issue, but there was a lot of opportunity there that we failed to capitalize on. Hopefully we bounce back here on 2nd down.
So 3:56, Volunteer trailing Dobyns-Bennett here, 14-0. Excuse me, 14-7. Indians with the bunch package left. They'll pitch it. I think this is Baker going left. Baker makes one Volunteer Falcon miss. Gets inside the 40. Ross came up and could not find Baker. Baker steps outside at the 37. Pickup of 7 yards on Caleb Baker's first carry of the evening.
That was a dandy little run right there, and nice little move to gain extra yardage there at the end. Sets up a 3rd and short. Need to capitalize on this right here.
3rd down 3 from the Falcon 37. Yep. Dobyns-Bennett here did defer to open the game, so they get the ball in the second half. Carson fakes to Baker. Under pressure, Carson is going to be sacked. Jared Counts came flying up. The pressure initially came from Thomas Galloway, as Galloway forced Carson outside, and then Counts just flew up there, Tiger, to make the stop for a 5-yard loss.
Yeah, just you can't have that kind of penetration. You can't let those guys go free like that on a third down.
So
that'll be an interesting call right
brings
here.
Up 4th down and 8 from the 42. Counts. He's had 2 or 3 sacks, tackles for loss, and a timeout on the field.
Guys, it's a play clock. It's a clock issue.
Clock issue?
Yeah, they clocked the play down out of bounds, and the clock kept running.
Okay.
Which I don't know why he's asked to get a headphone. He's got a microphone.
Scores David Crockett, 14. Letcher County, Central
Todd, it looks like we've got rain right over Memorial Park.
Yeah, I mean, me and Frankie Dobyns sitting there talking about it. It's right on the edge of us. Keeps kind of wanting to push this way. It's something that we need to keep an eye on. Maybe get some during halftime.
They have not reset the clock yet. Still set at 3:20.
Please reset the game clock to 3:25. 3:25.
There you go. 3:25 officially the time remaining here in the first half.
That's a pretty good break too, guys, because I felt like it should be more like 3:40.
The Mavericks of Anderson County, 14.
I'm not sure that the volunteer staff does not agree with you, Todd. 4th down and 8. Dobyns-Bennett from the volunteer 42. Let's see what the Indians select to do here. Don't forget at halftime we'll have a word from the Dobyns-Bennett Marching Band. We'll have the Nards Automotive halftime scoreboard reports. We'll have a recap of the first half. And we'll have our interview with Coach Joey Christian. And as of right now, he might be not too pleasant to speak with. Certainly feels like we've got some weather within the confines. 4th and 8. Dobyns-Bennett lines up to go for it. Carson back to throw. Carson with time. Throws it incomplete. Down to the 28. A diving attempt for Shear. He was there.
Yeah.
But it's incomplete.
He was wide open. Just weren't able to connect on that play. Tough break there for the Dobyns-Bennett offense. You felt like you had some momentum going, some good things going, and then again, it just kind of wheels fell off.
Yeah, that throw was coming right at me, guys. I don't know if y'all noticed. I caught that off of one hop. But that ball sailed on him and just over his head.
So 3:18, and Volunteer takes over good field position. Their own 42, trying to tie this football game.
I'm sure Jesse'd like to have a couple of those timeouts back right now, too.
Yep. Barrett with shotgun formation, 2 left and right. Barrett to throw. Quick pass out here is complete to Counts. Counts out to the 48-yard line. Tackled by Baker. Next to them, mark him at the 47. It's a pickup of 5.
Again, just a quick opening pass play. Barrett able to get the ball out of his hands very quickly and crisply. That was a great throw and catch. Indians going to have to react. Can't let Barrett have all the time in the world just to sit back there and pick us apart.
Barrett 11 out of 16 for 147 on my chart. 3 wideouts to the left for Barrett. Barrett looking left. Now Barrett steps up, could run it. Barrett's end it. Just closed down. Barrett tackled by Baker. Baker came flying up from that safety position and stopped Barrett for a gain of 2 yards. I thought he was going to get well across the 50, maybe a first down, but Baker said no.
Yeah, not only that, he kept him in the field of play, which keeps the clock rolling as well.
This will bring up 3rd down and 3 for Volunteer from its 48. It's more like 4 yards, isn't it?
Make some noise. It's third.
You give Barrett 1 yard on that play. 3rd and 4 from the 48. Barrett looking to throw, throws it right, complete to Miller. Miller down to the 46. That will be a first down for Volunteer. Where are they going to mark it? Is that the 46? The official on the sideline has it at the 47. That's not right, but we'll take it. No offense. The first down for Volunteer at the Indian 48-yard line.
This is dangerous area for Dobyns-Bennett defense right here with the way Barrett's been throwing.
Barrett to throw again, wants to go to the left, incomplete. Looking over there for Knittel. Maybe a bit of a miscommunication. Knittel was kind of in. Barrett threw it out, incomplete.
Yeah, just off the mark right there. I'd say this score is going to have some Indian fans scratching their head. 14-7, minute 27 to go in the first half. But I'm telling you, this is a different team than what played against West Ridge.
Yep.
I think they're really excited about being here at J. Fred Johnson Stadium in front of these confines, these lights.
1:27 to go, first half clock stop. Volunteer with one timeout to go. Barrett, little screen pass out here is complete. Coming up to make the stop was
Carswell.
Yeah, Carswell doing a nice job on the open field tackle right there.
Carson LaFollette caught the pass. It gained 2 yards.
Third and long, clock is rolling. They're not showing any kind of urgency right now. Under a minute to play.
3rd and 8 from the 45. Barrett to throw. Barrett rifles it across the middle. What a pass to Christian. I believe Christian down at the 26-yard line. That was a completion of 19 yards.
That was a big-time throw and catch right there across the middle. Now they're showing a little bit of urgency.
For Volunteer, 1st and 10. Barrett to throw again. Barrett lost it towards the sideline, complete to Miller. From the 26 to the 21 for 5 yards. That will bring up 2nd down and 5.
Jesse McMillan is going crazy over the clock.
They're really upset about that.
Yeah, and he got to be real careful there.
Christian, Barrett. Shotgun formation on 2nd and 5. Christian Barrett looking at the pressure. He's hit as he throws it. Pass towards the corner, incomplete. Intending it for Dykes. But he was hit there. I believe that was Shear coming on the pressure.
Shear coming in, just applying the pressure right there. He took a big hit too, Barrett did. And nice back-end defense right there too, being there in the vicinity to break that pass up. Not giving him a chance to make a catch there.
So 2nd and 10 from the Dobyns-Bennett 21. 22.8 seconds to go.
Guys, Barrett.
3rd and 10, excuse me. I'm sorry.
Sorry, Steve, but Barrett's actually watch. He's got a limp.
3rd and 5. It's not 3rd and 5. Barrett back to throw. Barrett will screen pass out. It's complete to the 20. Trying to get towards 1st down yards. I believe he has it down to the 14. To Dykes, and Volunteer, I believe, wants a timeout. Yes. Volunteer timeout. Barrett to Dykes for 7 yards. Down to the 14. It's another Volunteer 1st down.
At the 14. Timeout on the field.
Guys, I think they're going to add a little time to the clock here as well.
Are they?
Please reset the play clock to 16 seconds.
16
Please
seconds.
reset the play clock to 16 seconds.
But Volunteer now out of timeouts with 16 seconds to go. Barrett's put up some big numbers here in the first half, guys.
Certainly has. We got to mind our P's and Q's right here. 1st down, 16 seconds to go, no timeouts. You're going to have to be ready for after this first play. Don't get caught unawares on the 2nd play, because I'm sure they just called 2 plays in the huddle.
16 seconds.
So it's 1st and 10 from the 14 for Volunteer.
Very dangerous territory right here if you're an Indian.
Barrett with Dykes back there. Christian will go from left to right. Barrett wants to roll right. Barrett's going to throw it, and that's going to be incomplete. Trying to get it to Christian. He's covered down there by Minton.
Good pressure right there. He was off his spot, forced the issue a little bit, and wide right.
Guys, I think they were trying to set up a little screen action, and we just covered it up.
Second down, 11 seconds to go in the first half. 3 wideouts to the left for Volunteer. Miller down here to the right. Barrett's the throw. Barrett, here comes some pressure, and down he goes. Levi Evans back at the 25-yard line, and that's going to end the first half.
That's going to take us.
Levi Evans with the sack of Barrett. They lose 11 yards, and that's the end of the first half.
That was a great pressure dialed up right there by the Indian defense. Good job. We escaped a very dangerous situation there in the first half.
So that's the end of the first half. The score, Dobyns-Bennett 14 and Volunteer 7. We're back in 60 seconds with halftime activities. Right here on your home for Dobyns-Bennett Sports, ESPN Tri-Cities. All right, welcome back to J. Fred Johnson Stadium. It's halftime with Dobyns-Bennett leading Volunteer 14-7. Indians made it look pretty easy early, scoring on their first 2 possessions to lead it 14-0. Dobyns-Bennett a 3-play, 25-yard drive. It was Carson with a 21-yard touchdown pass. And then after Volunteer was turned away on a missed field goal, Dobyns-Bennett went 87 yards in 5 plays. It was Evans a 1-yard touchdown run, 14-0. And Volunteer in the second quarter taking over at their own 20, following a Dobyns-Bennett incomplete pass. They marched 80 yards in 6 plays, and it was Barrett to Miller for 36 yards, and it was 14-7. Dobyns-Bennett Indian Marching Band is on the field below us, getting ready to perform. And we're going to hear word from the Tribe Marching Band now.
All right, it's halftime, and we are here with our band moment for the evening. We have the pleasure of having Amy Halliburton, who is one half of the presidential couple, I guess you could say. She and her husband, Connor, are the presidents of the band booster board for the second year, which is kind of an odd thing. Obviously, last year was interrupted, and COVID kind of stepped in and changed everybody's plans. And you guys didn't have the opportunity to fully carry out your duties, and so carried them over. So that presents an interesting set of things for you.
It does. But we wouldn't be able to have the opportunity to start this year. We've been through a lot of things previously. And also given an opportunity for our vice president to have the experience that she didn't get to experience, so that she'd be able to carry that on for the next year.
Right. Now, obviously, having been through the band with my daughter, I have a sense of what you're talking about, but there are different obligations and duties that each of those offices carry, and it's important to fully kind of experience those so that you can kind of continue the legacy year in and year out. So we appreciate you stepping up to the line, so to speak, for another year. Here we are at halftime. The band's getting ready to perform. Tell us a little bit about the football show this year.
The football show is called Unstoppable, and it's kind of a mashup of some popular songs. We've got We Fell Love by Rihanna, I Like It Like That by Cardi B, and Love Drum from Boys Like Girls. So most of those songs are catchy songs that everyone's heard before, and so it was important to have a fun show that was upbeat and get everyone moving.
And it's interesting to have a show like that people can find some attachment with. Most people, like you say, have heard some of the songs. The kids have heard the songs, obviously, even if the adults haven't. And it gives them something to have fun about. Because let's face it, last year was difficult, and you wanted to do something that was going to kind of keep the fire going for the kids and give them something to strive for, and hence we have this halftime show. So having seen it last week as the kids were able to perform at Tennessee High, which was cool, I'm looking forward, everybody's looking forward for the J. Fred opening.
Yes, we are super excited. We have some new stands music that we've brought in this year as well, and it's going to be so much fun. We'll still have a lot of the old songs that everyone's used to, but we've also brought in some new things that I think everyone's going to be very, very excited about.
So the game time atmosphere is going to be ramped up at the Fred, as they say. Now this question just occurred to me. Are we having the same level of COVID situation as far as seating the band this year, or are they back in their section that they always say?
Right. So they're back in their section. We're not having to do any of the distancing that we have to do previously. But we have moved. Instead of being underneath the scoreboard, we're now going to be in the visitor section, the same place that we were last year, just not with the distancing.
Gotcha.
We've been trying to actually do that for a while, and this gave us the opportunity to do it, trying out last year. And we think that it's going to allow the home section to be able to hear us a little better, to be able to project a little better. So we're really excited about being here.
And let's face it, from a gamesmanship perspective, it's never a bad deal to have that many people blowing horns behind the visitors' sidelines.
That's right.
So hey, it's J. Fred Johnson. It's our home stand. So
That's right.
we have to take advantage of those things. So obviously, having the home show, the football show this year, but obviously now you are gearing up as competition season's right around the corner. Tell us a little bit about that, what we can anticipate when competition band starts.
Yeah, we're gearing up. We're very excited. We didn't have a competition season at all last year. So we're super excited. It does look a little different, I guess, because the new freshmen coming in obviously have not
Ladies and gentlemen, the Dobyns-Bennett
sophomores this year either, and so it does bring a different dynamic. They're learning. There is a learning curve there, and so we're prepping for that. But we have 4 competitions this year. I can't give away too much information. As far as our competitions, the first one is October 16th in Jacksonville, Alabama, and then we have October 23rd in Western Carolina. October 30th is ETSU in Johnson City. That'll be the second time us performing there. And then we have our Grand Nationals in Indianapolis in November. So we are very, very excited to be able to go.
And we'll kind of crack the can open on that one as we get there, and some of the early competitions, obviously, the cat will get out of the bag as far as what the show's going to look like, but we'll leave those to the imagination right now. So any fundraising things coming up that we need to know about?
Okay, so we have the Fruit and Cheese fundraiser, which you're very familiar with. So we have that coming up on September 27th. And we'll have a lot of the products we've had before, like obviously fruit and Ashe County cheese and delicious popcorn. And so we're very excited about being able to roll that out very soon.
Yeah, and it is fun, and those are great people and great products. And if you haven't gotten a hold of any of those things, I mean, yes, I'm biased because I was a part of it for a while, but the stuff's great. I mean, you want to get your hands on it, especially for the holidays. They make great gifts and things like that. So be on the lookout when those things kind of open into full swing and find you a band student and purchase some of those great products. Amy, anything else you want to leave with us before we sign off? Obviously, we'll get you back on here in the future, but anything else that we need to know about the band?
No, we're just super excited to be able to have a season this year. We know that this is great for the kids, this is great for the parents and the family and the community. And so we're just excited to be back this year and hope that you'll enjoy the halftime show.
All right. Well, Amy Halliburton, thank you so much for taking the time to sit down with us. On behalf of ESPN Tri-Cities, we appreciate everything you all do.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back to J. Fred Johnson Stadium. We're going to take it back to the studio for the Nards Automotive Halftime Scoreboard Report. We're back with that in 60 seconds on ESPN Tri-Cities.
congratulations.
All right, welcome back here to J. Fred Johnson Stadium. We're at halftime with Volunteer trailing Dobyns-Bennett 14-7. Appreciate everyone listening in wherever they might be around the world on ESPN Tri-Cities or on our live stream tonight, Tiger. Brought to you by our friends Spivey, King and Spivey.
Spivey, King and Spivey, LLP and Kingsport is a general practice law firm focusing on criminal defense and family law issues. The firm serves the Tri-Cities area in Kingsport, Johnson City, Bristol, and surrounding areas, Rogersville, Elizabeth, and Greenville, Irwin, Mountain City, and provides over 75 years of combined experience in matters dealing with criminal law, divorce, custody, business disputes, personal injury, workers' compensation, construction, civil litigation, and medical malpractice. Spivey, King and Spivey LLP combines decades of trial experience in criminal and civil matters with energy and perseverance, which are demanded in today's modern legal environment. Call 423-245-4185 to schedule your appointment today. Thank you, Spivey, King and Spivey, for supporting the Indians.
All right, thank you very much. Halftime, Dobyns-Bennett leads at 14-7. Coach Joey Christian will be out here momentarily. Todd will get a word with him. Some first half numbers for you. First of all, first downs. Volunteer with 12 and Dobyns-Bennett with just 7. Rushing, the official stats here have Volunteer 11 rushes, 4 yards. I had the Falcons 10 for 0. I think we may have had a pitch forward that was called as a rush instead of a pass. I think that's the difference in our stats. Dobyns-Bennett rushing. I had 12 carries for 43 yards. They have 12 for 31, and I think the difference is a 12-yard thing that Graves got and then the penalty brought it. I'm just guessing. Who knows? You know, it's fast pace. Anyway, we're close. Passing, Volunteer 16 out of 26 for 190 yards. Dobyns-Bennett 4 out of 11 for 131 yards. Don't forget, the Indians completed their first 4 passes in a row.
Yeah.
So it's been incomplete for 7 straight attempts. Big stat is penalty yardage. Dobyns-Bennett 5 for 50. Volunteer 1 for 15. Indians are 2 out of 5 on third down conversions. Volunteer 4 out of 8 on third down conversions, including 1 out of 1 on fourth down conversion. Only turnover was a fumble lost to Volunteer that Dobyns-Bennett turned into a touchdown. Punting, Dobyns-Bennett.
Hold that thought, Steve.
Sorry, go ahead.
Coach Christian, tell you what, it was the first half. We kind of started out quick, got the turnover, scored a couple quick touchdowns, and then it was kind of a battle from there.
Been a real battle, I tell you what. That's a very good football team with some players there. They're doing a good job being patient in their offense, being able to dunk it down the field. And we gotta play a little tighter on our coverage and do a better job there and get a little bit more pressure on Barrett.
Coach, what you got to do offensively to get some more points?
Well, we got to just settle down and get the fronts identified, and you make sure that everybody, all of our O-line's on the same page. Our backs are running it hard. I thought our quarterbacks have been making good decisions. We just got to do better, whole job as a team right there.
Coach, you get the football here in the second half. How important is it to get down the field?
It's very important. We got to make, we at least got to be able to flip the field right here and do something, but it would be nice to get a score here and make it a 2-score game.
Coach, we've been good in the second half last couple of years. Let's do it again.
Let's do it again. Roll Tide.
All right, guys, there you go. And I was kind of talking to guys to other coaches and everything else, and we always know Joey's a pretty adamant guy, kind of gets animated, I should say, and gets excited. And they said he went in the locker room and said, all right, coaches, we're going to have to calm down. We'll just get it settled down and everything else. I think that lasted about a minute and a half.
Tiger, I think Dobyns-Bennett, we've mentioned in the first half, Westridge ran for 411 yards last week. Now, I know it's a different game. Volunteers giving great effort. They talked about maybe that didn't happen last week against the Wolves. But the Indians only rushing for, I don't care what the number is, whether it's the official number 31 or my 43. Dobyns-Bennett's got to establish the run on this drive here in the second half.
Yeah, and there were moments in the first half where we felt like we felt like we were gaining some rhythm, and then penalty. You have some stupid things that happen that have thus far been uncharacteristic. Not a lot of penalties in the first game. Quite a few more in this game. Some people, kind of getting out of sorts and doing things that they didn't do last week. They're missing some blocks. We're getting some guys getting some penetration, which disrupts some things in the offensive backfield. And so, you're going to have to clean a lot of those things up. And I'm sure that was probably the impetus behind Coach Christian going from, hey, let's calm everybody down, let's not get excited, to feeling the pressure of coming out here and not laying an egg against a Volunteer Falcon team that by all rights you should beat. But let me make myself clear again, this is not a bad team. There are some high quality ball players for the Falcons, and given an opportunity, as we said in the pregame, they can hurt you, and thus far they have hurt us at times. And quite fortunately, we're still up by 7 points when they probably played us pretty evenly in that first half, truth be told. And so we're going to have to see if we can make some adjustments here in the second half. We get the second half kickoff. Let's see what that offense does on that first drive, and then we'll kind of get a feel for if any of the coaching cues have done what they're supposed to do.
And Barrett in that first half, 15 out of 25 for 189 yards. Miller, the big weapon out there, he had 6 catches for, I believe it was over 100 yards, and had 112 yards.
Seemed like it, yeah.
So that's Miller's really done some work. Christian, 4 catches for 62 yards. Counts, I had him for 3 for 10. And Knittel 1 for 7. LaFollette 1 for 7. And Dykes 2 for 8 officially, or unofficially. It will be Dobyns-Bennett football as we start the second half. You heard the scores around the area. We've had a lot of games canceled this week. That's unfortunate. And hopefully we can get as many in as possible going forward. But tough times we're living in, for sure.
They are. I mean, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
You make the best choices that you can make. You have to have a sense of taking care of your own family, your own situation, what those are. And hopefully we can stay healthy and keep getting these football games in.
Best wishes to our friend Tom Elliott, who's usually at the game tonight. He's unable to make it tonight. He said he'd be listening in on ESPN Tri-Cities. Also, our friend down in Georgia, Tiger, Kevin Heck.
Yeah.
Talked to Kevin.
The heckler.
The heckler talked to Kevin a week or so ago, and he's excited about being able to watch Dobyns-Bennett football, listen to us. And he said he and his son are coming for a double dip. The Oak Ridge weekend, they're going to come watch Dobyns-Bennett play Oak Ridge and then stick around and watch Tennessee play on Saturday. So we look forward to seeing Kevin in Oak Ridge.
Yeah, that's a great weekend.
He's got his work cut out for him raising a son on Tennessee football in Georgia right now. I commend him.
Well, who does Tennessee play that week?
I don't even know. That's how into it I'm at right now. So Volunteer to kick it off. It will be Dykes. Dykes lines it up, kicks it. The line drive kick will be taken by Dobyns-Bennett at the 13 to the 15 to the 20 to the 25. Still on his feet. Across the 35 all the way out to the 37-yard line.
Bryson Gillum.
Where Dobyns-Bennett was Bryson Gillum.
That's great field position to get your second half started off.
First and 10, Dobyns-Bennett from the 30.
It's a really important drive right here. If you push that score back out, it's 2 touchdowns. Kind of stymie any kind of momentum that Volunteer might have garnered for themselves toward the end of that first half. Would be a good thing for the Indians right now.
Officially, they have marked it at the 36. So Jake Carson brings him out. Graves, the running back. 3 wideouts to the right. They'll hand it to Graves, trying up the middle and bounce it outside, breaks 1 tackle, a second tackle, and is finally tripped up as it gets back to the line of scrimmage. That was John Ross who came up there to clean it up. Graves' run failed the game.
Yeah, not the best start you want. You want to get a little bit better push off the line, not get that kind of penetration. Start behind the sticks.
So it's 2nd and 10. Phillips over to an H-back at the right side. Falcons with that four-man defensive front. They'll give it to Graves up the middle. A little more running room this time as he gets across the 40 to the 43-yard line. So Graves that time will have 7 yards, brings up a manageable 3rd and 3.
That was a nice play. Very well executed right there. They pulled the right side of the line, came over, opened up some running room for Graves up the middle. Made that 3rd and short.
3rd and 3. And then we have a penalty marker down.
Yeah, it's going to be a freebie right there. First down.
I didn't think he jumped that far. I mean, he really come all the way across. I guess he did. That left defensive end for the Falcons. That's a tough break for Volunteer, but a good hard count by Carson.
They'll take them when they're giving them away.
So that brings up a Select 7 Credit Union 1st and 10 for the Tribe at the 48. Just the second penalty of the game on Volunteer. 1st and 10 Tribe at the 48. Empty backfield, but Graves coming back from the left to join Carson over on the right. 3 wide outs on the right. Gillespie down here to the left. Here's a little wide receiver screen out to Shear. Shear across midfield. He'll be taken down as he gets to the 45-yard line. Tackled by LaFollette.
Nice throwing catch right there from Carson to Shear. I think this is a cramp right here for the Falcons. This is about that time you start seeing those kinds of things.
That ends a streak of 7 straight incompletions thrown by Dobyns-Bennett quarterbacks. Shear's second catch of the night for 34 yards. Brings up 2nd down and 3 from the 35. The Falcon down is over out there. That would be Committal down.
And he's having some issues right there, just cramping up that left leg. Thought they had it and kind of went back at it. They need to be giving that boy some water right now.
Well, and keep in mind, that's something we talked about in the pregame, guys. They've got about 15 guys that go both ways, and he's one of them. I don't think he's really hardly left the field.
So the situations, you kind of go in at half, you get cold, you come back out here, and those kinds of things can begin to crop up.
So the Indians on 2nd and 3 from the Volunteer 45 on the right hash mark. Carson brings it back out. Graves stays in there at running back.
Be interesting what they call here, run or a pass. I'll tell you where they're going in the second half.
Phillips tied in to the right side now. They'll give it to Graves, and Graves is swarmed under. Great play again by Jared Counts. Counts drops Graves for a 5-yard loss back at midfield.
I am not sure what exactly was supposed to happen on that, but we did not account for that. We did not account for that guy on the end. They sent an extra man out there, and he was untouched.
You're saying that Counts was unaccounted for, is what you're saying.
That's exactly what I'm saying. That did not go the way that we had hoped it would go.
Well, guys, we went in a big spread, and I think some of them sold out to the run and left some guys open, which we didn't have enough people in there to block.
3rd down and 8 from midfield. Carson to throw. Carson over there complete. Inside the 40 near the 35. That pass complete to Shear. Now mark him at the 34. That's a Select 7 Credit Union 1st down for the Tribe.
That was a great pickup right there from the offensive line and the halfback that was in there blocking. They had a kind of a blood stunt on, and they sent 2 guys up to A-gaps, and we picked it up beautifully, gave an opportunity for that throw and catch. Really important 1st down for the Tribe.
We scrimmage from the Volunteer 34, 8:33 to go 3rd quarter, 14-7. Dobyns-Bennett on top of the Falcons. Evans now in at H-back for Dobyns-Bennett. Comes a blitz from the right side. They give it to Graves up the middle. Breaks a tackle. Still on his feet. Graves breaks another tackle. It's a foot race to the end zone. They won't catch him. Ashon Graves, 34-yard touchdown run.
That was fantastic. There's your run. There's your rush, Wilmot, that we've been looking for. Graves just found the seam, got some daylight, and just outran the Falcon defenders to the end zone.
You know, as small as Graves is, guys, if he could get into the interior line and break into that, he's hard to find.
He is, and he's very compactly built, too. He's slight in terms of his height, but he is a fire plug.
It's good.
Extra point by Titan Thomas is up and good. 8:25 to go third quarter. Your new score, Dobyns-Bennett 21, Volunteer 7. Back in 60 seconds, on ESPN Tri-Cities.
Scoring play, a 33-yard touchdown run by number 10, Ishawn Graves. Titan Thomas, PAT, it's good. Dobyns-Bennett leads it 21-7. Titan Thomas to kick off for the Indians. Deep for the Falcons. 6, Dykes. 11, Casey Christian.
All right, we're back at J. Fred Johnson Stadium. Titan Thomas to kick off for Dobyns-Bennett. Thomas boots it away. It's a long end-over-end kick. It will be taken at the 9 by LaFollette. Excuse me, that's Dykes. Dykes across the 20 to the 23-yard line. For the first time this season, a Dobyns-Bennett opponent will start a drive off a kickoff across its 20-yard line. Volunteer at the 23. We'll take it, though.
Yeah, we will. And it was still good coverage. It was just a little bit shorter kick than we'd hoped.
Yep.
I think Titan Thomas would love to have that one back. If you're going to go a little bit short, you want a little bit more hang time, give your coverage unit time to get down there.
Yeah, I think he just kind of missed that a little bit, Tugger.
1st and 10 Falcons from the right hash mark. They got 3 receivers to the short side of the field. Barrett throws it over there. It's complete to Christian. Christian still on his feet. Finally knocked out of bounds by Baker and Minton, but not before Christian picks up 6 yards on the completion from Barrett.
Now we'll get to see what if any kind of adjustments that we can make defensively to kind of cut down on the amount of time that Barrett has to pick us apart. Because again, if you get these guys some opportunity, we've seen it, and he can find his guys.
2nd and 4.
I tell you that Christian's going off a little bit gimpy too.
He got upended by Baker in that first half.
Mm-hmm.
Barrett looking at the same spot, this time incomplete. Trying to get over there. I believe that was Christian's replacement, Peyton Steele.
Good defense right there, being in the right place at the right time. Put a little bit of pressure, made him throw that ball maybe quicker than he wanted to.
So incomplete brings up 3rd and 4 from the 29. Clock stop with 7:25 to go here in the 3rd quarter.
Big 3rd down right here. You don't want to give them too much of a cushion. They'll run it off and get past the sticks.
2 wideouts left and right. Barrett now under pressure. Looking. Now he steps up. Now going to get rid of it. Incomplete.
Ooh.
Incomplete.
That was good pressure.
For Miller. He's got pressure there. I think that was
Trace Benedict, guys. Yeah. He came in on a stunt and was untouched and just kind of Barrett stepped by side of him and just missed him.
So that brings up 4th down.
Yeah, it was nice pressure right there. Force him off his spot. That's what you have to do to a quarterback like Barrett. You just can't let him stand there. When you can force him off his spot, he's got to be perfect. And it's very hard to do that.
Barrett lines up in that shotgun formation on 4th down. We assume he's going to drop back and punt. And no, he's throwing the ball. Barrett heaves it downfield, and that's going to be incomplete, but a penalty marker is down. He's trying to get it to Miller. Now Miller comes up a little bit gimpy. But the marker is down at the 50-yard line. It may be a defensive holding call on the Indians.
Oh, man, I don't know. I mean, it looked like good defense to me. I didn't see him get a
pass interference on the defense. 15 yards, previous spot, first down.
I just don't see him get a hold of anything. I don't know. Todd, you see anything?
That gives Volunteer a first down on the 44. 6th penalty of the night on Dobyns-Bennett. And I believe that it is the 3rd penalty of the night that they've resulted in a first down for the Falcons.
Yeah.
Counts now in motion. They will fake the pitch to him, give it to Dykes running left. Dykes across midfield. He's going to be across the 45 to the 45. That's a pickup of 11 and a first down again for Volunteer.
First down, Falcons at the Indians 40.
Yeah, it just seems like there's been an extraordinary number of times tonight when we've sort of let them out of a jam. And, you know, 4th down right there, you just hate to give it away on a penalty kind of situation.
Actually give Dykes 12 yards on that. And while they mark it and then give him another yard. 1st and 10 at the Indian 44. Dykes again, straight up the middle. Dykes running over people. Spinning off a tackler. The ball came out. Dobyns-Bennett says they have it, and they do.
Big hit right there. Big hit before his knee went down and jarred the ball loose, and the Indians there to gobble it up.
Eli Smith on the fumble recovery at the Tribe 38-yard line.
Huge for the Tribe right there. I mean, that's, you felt like the Falcons were again kind of trying to gain a little bit of momentum and try to cut into that lead a little bit, but great turnover. 2nd
turnover of the night for Volunteer. It comes with 6:30 to go in the 3rd quarter. And Volunteer sees a promising drive evaporate with the fumble, and it gives Dobyns-Bennett 1st and 10 at its 38. So Carson back out there for the Tribe. In motion is Shear, right to left. Carson, now we have a penalty marker down. Or do we have a timeout, Dobyns-Bennett? I think maybe a timeout.
Dead ball, delay of game on the offense.
Actually, they called the dead ball delay of game. No timeout.
Okay, no, they are giving them the timeout.
Okay, my fault.
Nah, well, they've announced it that it was. They're going to have to discuss it.
Prior to the penalty, there's a timeout for Dobyns-Bennett.
All right, 60-second break. 6:30 to go, 3rd quarter. Indians on top, 21-7. Back in 1 minute on ESPN Tri-Cities.
Knox Halls 36, Morristown East 7. Greenville 63, Granger nothing. Dobyns-Bennett travels to Greenville for game number 6 on the schedule.
First and 10, Tribe. Carson, quick throwing, lost it downfield to Gillespie, complete. Inside the 40, Gillespie inside the 35-yard line. Where will they mark it? They'll mark it out of bounds. Well, somebody mark it. The officials keep dropping it. I think they're going to mark it at the 30, Tiger. And that would be a pickup of 32 yards from Carson to Gillespie. And a Dobyns-Bennett Select 7 Credit Union first down.
Well, just a great route run by the Gillespie right there. He's got such speed. He created some space, and Carson just put the ball right on him. He had to come back a little bit, too. It kind of weighed on it. Had he hit him in stride, he might have scored. But nonetheless, great play right there. Get us in great field position here.
1st and 10, Tribe at the Volunteer 30 after the pickup of 32 to Gillespie. Carson now 6 out of 11 for 159 yards. Wants to go deep again. Double pumps, throws it downfield, and that's going to be intercepted. Intercepted Volunteer. That was Heath Miller. He was trying to get it to Sensabaugh. And Miller picks it off at the Volunteer 13.
Yep, the double punt came back to haunt him right there. It just gave the defender time to get in position right there. He kind of saw what Carson was looking at, and I'm sure the young man would like to have that pass back, but those are the things you learn from.
We'll mark it at the 14, and we have an official timeout on the field. I'm assuming this is a kind of a water-top break situation. We'll take the timeout. We're back in 60 seconds right here on ESPN Tri-Cities.
Back and forth. Farragut 31. Knox West 27. First and 10 Falcons from the 14.
Following the first turnover of the night by Dobyns-Bennett, Volunteer takes over at its 14-yard line. Interception by Miller, who's been everywhere tonight for Volunteer. So Barrett to throw it. Pass out here is complete to Knittel. He'll be knocked out of bounds by Minton after gain of 5.
Again, they had a little bit of pressure. Pressure came just a little bit too late to disrupt that play a lot. But I like what I'm seeing right now. A little bit more pressure on the quarterback. But again, nice throw and catch on the sidelines for them, moving the ball down the field. Give them credit.
2nd and 5 for the Falcons. Barrett with the band playing. Pass out here complete to Miller. Miller struggling forward. He will have a first down across the 25-yard line. Another pickup of 5, make it 6 for Barrett to Miller.
Yeah, it's just one of those situations. This kind of offense, this kind of play calling will just nickel and dime you to death, unless you do something, to disrupt it. You got to step into those pathways between the quarterback and the receiver. You got to knock the quarterback off his mark, force him to out of the pocket, those kinds of things.
Well, Barrett in shotgun formation again. Barrett wants to throw it. He's going to throw it down the left sideline. It's going to be incomplete.
Barrett's pass, incomplete.
Intended for Miller. He was double covered over there by the Indians.
Yeah.
Baker and also Minton.
Again, applied just enough pressure to make Barrett a little bit uncomfortable. He threw it before he wanted to, and it faded on him out of bounds.
Second and 10 Volunteer from the 25, left hash mark. 5 minutes even to go here in the third quarter. Fake to Dykes. Barrett to throw it. Throws it out there incomplete on the left sideline. Diving attempt, unable to come up with it. For Miller. Barrett now 18 out of 32. 218 yards.
They keep going to that well.
So it's third down.
Not step in front of one of those before the outside.
3 wideouts to the right for Volunteer. Low snap, Barrett handles it. Here comes the pressure. Barrett steps up on the run, throws it downfield. It's going to be incomplete. Kind of just threw it up there for counts. Dobyns-Bennett had Vidal back there, and also they had Colt Weiniger back there.
Yeah, we had a couple of guys just kind of playing center field right there. Actually, we were fairly fortunate that went as high as it did, because he had a position on both of them. They kind of stopped to play the ball. I think it was higher than they had anticipated.
He kind of slipped through the 2 of them and was...
Yeah, he was behind them, no doubt.
So it's 4th down for Volunteer. And there's a penalty marker down. Yep, they'll break the huddle with
dead ball. Substitution infraction on the offense. 5-yard penalty. Replay 4.
4th down and 15.
Makes you wonder, just, in this field position, you're just going to go with a quick kick again, or?
Indians don't have anybody back. Barrett is going to kick it.
Yeah.
I don't know what he's waiting on. There's nobody back there. And then he got hit. The ball will take a Volunteer bounce across the 45 of Dobyns-Bennett down to the 42. See a 37-yard punt for Volunteer.
Right here's where you have to press the issue if you're the Tribe. See if you can't establish any kind of running game, kind of add some pressure to them. You're up by 2 touchdowns. You need a 3rd touchdown right now.
Yeah, if you're going to punt it, I mean, DB doesn't have anybody back. Just grab it and kick it.
Yeah.
1st and 10, Dobyns-Bennett at the 42. Myers, the running back, in there with Carson now. Carson looking left, gives it to Shear. Shear 40, 45, across midfield, still on his feet. Finally knocked down by Volunteers' Casey Brown. But he picked up 12 yards, and the Dobyns-Bennett Indian Select 7 Credit Union 1st down.
Shear a little gimpy, kind of moving off the field right there, but really nice downfield blocking by the Indians on that play too. Nice 1st down play to get another 1st down.
First and 10 Tribe at the Volunteer 46. H-back is Phillips there to the left. Straight handoff up the middle. This is Myers plugging forward. Myers just churning and driving those legs, and Myers down to about the 40 on one side, 41 on the other. And the guy in the middle, we'll call it at the 41, so it's a 5-yard pickup for Myers.
A little extracurricular there for Jonathan Gillespie.
Yeah, but I'd give Gillespie credit. He kept trying to back up, and his own players was pushing him, and then he got pushed over another player, and he got mad, so.
2nd down and 5 for the Tribe. Here's Carson, gives to Myers again, and Myers is met right at the line of scrimmage by Volunteers' Austin McGoldie.
Yeah, the timing was off on that. We had a kind of a cross blocking scheme that was just the whole thing kind of fell apart in the backfield. Sets up a 3rd and 5.
3rd down 5.
Interesting call right here. Got to give him some protection if you're going to throw it.
Carson, quick out on the blitz. Boy, we had a play there. The blitz was coming. Carson got rid of it. It was over the head of Evans.
It was
incomplete.
It was the perfect play. Perfect play call to the perfect side of the field. Over the blitz. Just a little high. Oh, man. so close on so many things. But that's just one of those things where those things aren't going our way.
Tiger, I have to say, you have a little homer. The little Bob Uecker going on there. You said just a little high. It wasn't.
Come on now.
How about sold in the second row?
I sold it to the radio folks anyway.
Manning to punt towards the right side. And trying to angle it over there, and I think he kind of hit it off the side of his foot.
And he fumbled it, guys. They Volunteer tried to pick it up.
And they have fumbled the football.
That was a fantastic play by Dobyns-Bennett right there. They knew exactly that if Volunteer touches that ball, Jesse was trying to tell him to get away from the ball. If they touch the ball, it's fair game, baby. And they took it. They did not gain possession of it, and Indians jumped on it.
John Ross for them, number 7. The ball, it kind of took an Indians bounce. I guess he was in his mind. He needed to recover it so it wouldn't go down that far, and never could get it.
Yep. That was a headsy play right there by those Indians.
I did not see who recovered it.
As they say in Neyland Stadium, a host of Indians.
Indians were over there, yes. But Dobyns-Bennett maintains possession. 1st and 10 at the 21. Technically, it was a fumble. Carson to Graves. Graves slithering to the right side. Almost broke it. Graves down to about the 12, a pickup of 9 yards for Ashawn Graves.
And it's going to be a personal foul against Volunteer. They pulled the Indian helmet off and threw it down.
Gain of 8 on the play. Gain of 9 on the play to 112.
And that would be a half the distance penalty.
That's what Joey's arguing. Here comes the call.
Dead ball. Personal foul, number 7 on the white. Half a distance to go. First down.
And they were telling him that he needed to miss a play.
He didn't need to miss a play.
He can play because. And I'll just say the personal foul was on the same guy who I'd say he's frustrated because he's the one that had the fumble.
That's another Select 7 Credit Union first down for the Tribe. 1st and goal at the 6. Carson, hard count. Player jump.
And we're very lucky the play clock is not rolling.
Yeah, it's stuck at 25, isn't it? Carson gives it to Graves going right. Graves trying to break Count's tackle. He does, still on his feet, but he's thrown out of bounds there by Volunteers Casey Brown. He'll get a couple.
Those feet moving, I saw.
Galloway also in on the stop for Volunteer.
That's about a horse collar, too.
2nd and goal from the 4. Play clock now running, as is the game clock. 1:13 to go here in the quarter. It's 21-7 Dobyns-Bennett.
You can't take all the time in the world.
Evans in at fullback. With Graves at tailback. I formation on 2nd and goal from the 4. They'll turn, hand it to Graves, and Graves nowhere to go. There's about 5 Falcons there.
Yeah, I don't know how that happens on your I formation, that you get that kind of penetration.
Jaden cut right. J.J. Hale hit him first. Counts cleaned it up. A loss of 2 yards.
And Tiger, that's something we talked about in the first year, that this is a very young offensive line. And they do have some pretty elaborate blocking schemes, about it. And so it's not sometimes hat on hat, and that looked like something that basically a wrong offensive line call.
Yeah. They dropped the guards, and the guards are pulling around inside, and it just didn't work.
3rd and goal. Carson again to Graves, and Graves nowhere to go again. Same play almost.
It's the same result. Same kind of thing happened.
Galloway again on the tackle.
We just need to get a hat on the hat and blow them off the ball.
Yeah. The play lost 4 yards that time. All the way back to the 10. And that will be the end of the 3rd quarter.
Yeah, but notice, guys, there's one. Graves is on the ground.
So we'll check on that as we return to the 4th quarter. Score Dobyns-Bennett 21, Volunteer 7. Back in 60 seconds on ESPN Tri-Cities.
Scores of interest, Knox Hall's 36, Morristown East 13, Jeff County 39, Cotton County nothing. Halftime, Anderson County 21, team from Johnson City 17, Greenville 70, Granger nothing. Titan Thomas in to attempt 26 yards, field goal.
All right, welcome back to J. Fred Johnson Stadium. First play of the fourth quarter will be a field goal attempt by Titan Thomas. Snap is high, but fortunately for Dobyns-Bennett, there's a whistle sounding before the snap. The holder had to get out of there manning to collect the snap. And so let's see what the whistle's all about. The Indians may have called a break.
Dead ball, substitution infraction on the defense. Half a distance to goal, fourth down.
Wow.
They got 12 guys out there.
Yep.
They weren't going. They about didn't run him off.
So now the field goal attempt will be from the 13-yard line. 12-yard line, making a 22-yard attempt here by Thomas. Again, Manning with the hold, a good hold by Manning, and that
Barely.
kick is up as good. 11:54 to go in the football game. Dobyns-Bennett, new score 24-7. We're back in 60 seconds on ESPN Tri-Cities.
Dobyns-Bennett scoring play, 22-yard field goal by Titan Thomas. Thomas sends the kickoff for the Indians.
All right, welcome back to J. Fred Johnson Stadium. Dobyns-Bennett, after the fumble recovery on the punt, goes 21 yards. It wasn't necessarily the prettiest. They didn't actually go 21 yards. I take that back. They went 17 yards, kicked a 22-yard field goal. Did the Indians with 11:54 to go in the football game. And so it's a 3-score differential now at 24-7.
There we go.
And Thomas unloads on this one into the end zone for the touchback.
Well, we want to take this opportunity to thank Rick Spivey, Matt King, and Matthew Spivey of Spivey, King, and Spivey for making tonight's live stream coverage possible. We appreciate that. We appreciate the opportunity here at ESPN Tri-Cities to be your audio on this live stream. Thank you for listening.
Indeed. 1st and 10 Falcons at the 20. 11:54 to go in the game. The Falcons have lost 3 fumbles. They've been very costly, Tiger.
They have indeed.
Barrett to throw. Plenty of time. Rips it out here to the right. Complete. Out past the 40 to the 43-yard line. That was Dykes.
Yeah, we can't do that. You know, it looked like, you know, we were trying to just contain Barrett like he was going to take off running or something. We were not pressing the issue. He stood back there and found his man. I mean, he'll find his man every time he has that kind of time to do so. And we cannot do that.
Dykes' 3rd catch of the game. First down for Volunteer. They gave him all the way up to the 45. fell at the 43, didn't he? Barrett to throw, and Barrett is going to be taken down as he gets near the line of scrimmage. I think he will be sacked for a 1-yard loss.
What it's supposed to look like right there.
Sacked on the play, loss of 1. Stopped by
Austin Moses on the sack for Dobyns-Bennett.
We crashed off the edges right there, forced him up into the pocket, nowhere to go. And that's what you're going to have to do to this young man.
So 2nd and 11 from the 44. Austin Moses with the sack. 2nd and 11, low snap. Barrett handles it, rifles it out here, complete to Christian. And Christian is taken down right at midfield there by Carswell. Christian's down again.
Brought down by Patrick Mitchell, number 11. Timeout on the field.
I think that was Carswell. Let's see. Christian.
I didn't see Christian on the carry, on the catch.
Yeah. I thought it was 37 on the tackle.
Misspoken.
Pickup of 6 yards is going to bring up 3rd down and 5.
Yeah, this is once again a cramping situation with this young man, and the DB staff out there giving him some hydration and a little bit of assistance.
10:26 to go in the game, 24-7. After the game, we'll have our Holston Medical Group play of the game. We'll have our Jenkins Insurance Group offensive player of the game. Our TriCitiesSports.com, Freeman Productions, Indian Springs Baptist Church defensive player of the game.
Well, if they bill this young man for who's on the field, it's going to be a lot of money, because you've got you've got an orthopedic surgeon and 3 trainers.
Christian up.
Falcons number 11, Jason Christian.
We mentioned, I mean, these kids are going both ways. You know, at this point in the game, as hot and humid as it remains, that's just a foregone conclusion nearly. But again, that was a nice throw and catch from Barrett to Christian for the Falcons. I tell you, that kid, you know, we talked about it. You felt like he was a better quarterback than we saw last week, and I'm going to be here. I'm sitting here right here telling you nailed it. Nothing against that man,
right?
But Barrett's a gritty kid, a great arm, throws it well.
3rd 5. Barrett rolling right, rips it out there complete, and that's going to be a 1st down for Volunteer. That's a tough throw right there, Tiger, on the move across his body, and he just threw a missile out there.
Yeah, he's throwing BBs out there.
Another Falcon Miller now slow to get up. Gives him 7 yards. Vidal on the stop.
Well, I can't tell if this is a cramping situation or an ankle. I need Todd's eyes.
Timeout on the field. Miller is up. He was kind of gimpy a few minutes ago, I thought, Tiger.
Yeah, but he has been. He and Christian both. It's been a long night for them.
Yeah. It's 1st and 10. Falcons at the Indian 43. 10:13 to go in the game. After the game, we'll also, after their postgame, we'll have the Ingles scoreboard with Scott Stevens back at the studio.
At this rate, we're going to give back that 30-minute early start.
We definitely are. So Barrett's back to action. Barrett under pressure and just has to get rid of it. Evans on the pressure, and it's incomplete.
Yeah, that's your best defense against that young man. Just keep the pressure on him.
Bring up 2nd and 10. Barrett now 21 for 37 for 256 yards. He's put it in the air a bunch, hasn't he?
He certainly has.
9:50 to go. He's not done yet.
I mean, Dykes is a dandy little ball carrier, but clearly the strength of this team is the passing game.
2nd and 10. Barrett's. Here comes the pressure. Barrett rolls left. Phillips giving him chase, and he gets rid of it. It's complete. To the 30, down to the 27-yard line goes Knittel. Pickup of 16, Tiger. There's Barrett scrambling it.
Just broken play. You know, Barrett scrambling out. This time he scrambles out to his left, which is kind of going against the grain.
From the 28.
Steve, I know it's football season, right? Starting everything else, but when you get an opportunity to talk to Coach Bo Burton about this year's baseball team, you got to take advantage of it.
There you go. Mark it at the 28-yard line. First and 10 Falcons at that point. Barrett's. Steps in there, throws it downfield, intercepted. Overthrew his receiver, intercepted Dobyns-Bennett coming up the near sideline. This is Caleb Baker. Baker all the way across the 40 out near midfield. Barrett comes over to trip him up. But Baker takes it all the way back to the Volunteer 47-yard line. And Tiger, it was just enough pressure on Barrett, and he floated that one a little bit.
Yeah, it's one of the rare times tonight that he has thrown the ball where he did not intend to throw it and into danger. And I tell you what, had our blockers not overrun the play a little bit out there, he would have taken that thing all the way back. I mean, we had the numbers.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Tiger, I thought you was done. But,
go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say on the throw, I think y'all called it a couple plays before that Barrett had been on his back a little bit, and that has been enough to where, like you said, he got just enough pressure watching the replay. He threw that football all the way off his back foot.
Well, the Indians, on the 4th turnover of the night by Volunteer, they give it up the middle to Myers, and Myers just plowing forward down to about the 41-yard line, a pickup of 5 yards. The Indians will be happy to run some clock here, Tiger.
Yeah, they need to shorten this game up a little bit, get the clock rolling, just kind of get out of here. I mean, this Falcon team has been gamers tonight. You know, I give them a lot of credit. They've played well, much better than what they showed last week. Taking advantage of some breaks that obviously Dobyns-Bennett gave them, but we also, you know, took advantage of getting some turnovers too.
Nathan Sun's in at H-back for Dobyns-Bennett. They'll run behind him or try to. Myers taken down behind the line of scrimmage. Counts, but the tackle and Counts grabs his lower leg. And I believe they may get a face mask penalty on Counts as well.
I haven't seen a penalty. I haven't seen the flag yet.
The flag's down there. It's underneath the player that's down on the ground.
Okay. It looked like a face mask, and I was hoping there was, but I couldn't see the flag. Again, I hate calling it, but it's
personal foul. Face mask, defense, 15 yards, result of penalty, first down.
That's a Dobyns-Bennett Select 7 Credit Union first down. And Volunteers now match Dobyns-Bennett in the penalty category with 6.
Yeah.
And Tiger, y'all were talking about just wanting to get out of here after that interception. I mean, as you saw right there, Volunteers still playing hard, but you can kind of feel on the field the wind kind of coming out of their sails a little bit.
Yeah. And might I say, I'm just glad that the head official has realized he, in fact, does have a microphone on, and he doesn't have to scream.
Yeah, I've been chasing a little bit, too. I had my iPad out for a while. I just finally said this is where it's going to be at.
The ball will be marked at the Volunteer 27 following the mark-off. And so Counts is that. Boy, he's played a heck of a game, too, Tiger. He's been all over the field.
Yeah.
Somehow he made over 130 tackles in 10 games last year and wasn't first-team all-region. So you tell me. What I've seen, that kid's...
I tell you what, I think this is a team that's going to make a lot of noise in that region.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're in there at Greenville Elizabeth, and so they got their work cut out for them, but there's no reason they can't fill the role that Sutherland South kind of did the last few years and finished third.
Yeah.
Without question. Shear in motion. They'll give it to Myers up the middle. Myers is running behind that offensive line, pushing him forward, and Myers will take it down to about the 22. He's got 5 yards.
And team, I really felt like that they came in with some confidence. Something we didn't hit on is you know, we play a lot of 7-on-7 in the summer with the skill positions, and Volunteer 7-on-7 skills beat Dobyns-Bennett. So there was some confidence coming in this game as well for Volunteer.
Well, I mean, that's exactly their strength. So you can totally see why that would be the case.
Give Myers 4 yards, 2nd and 6 at the 23. Clock running, 7:26 to go. Indians on top 24-7. Tribe will have 3 wideouts to the left. Empty backfield with Shear and Gillespie to the right. Carson looking to throw. He's going to go down towards the end zone. Complete. Shear on the slant was open and just couldn't get him.
Man, I hate that we couldn't connect him. Had he was wide open, he would have walked in.
Well, and I'll say what, C.J. Frazier did a pretty good job, and they didn't call it of knocking him off his route a little bit, guys, too.
So it's 3rd down and 6.
It's going to be interesting considering some players of the game now.
Yeah. Shear and Sons both to the left. They'll give it to Graves, who's back in there. Graves straight up the middle. Graves still on his feet. Breaking tackles all the way down to about the 11-yard line goes Graves. That's going to be 12 yards and another. Select 7 Credit Union first down for the Tribe.
Ishawn must have heard what I said. He's making his case. He said a nice little ball carrying night.
Yeah, Tyler, you made the comment about how thick he was to be. Well, they've got him listed at 5'7". Okay. Don't see that either. But he's so low center of gravity. Once he gets a rolling like that, they can't get down on him.
Yeah. It's like a miniature Travis Henry.
Here's Carson, fakes the give. Pass out here's complete. All the way down inside the 5 to about the 3. Shear.
That was a nicely developed play right there. And I tell you what, the defender for the Falcons, I can't tell his numbers. Jersey's kind of rolled up there, but he did a nice job recovering in order to keep Shear out of the end zone, quite frankly.
Got 8 yards, did Shear.
Pretty sure that was Dawson Doc's target.
We can actually make a first down and not score here, which we're going to try hard to do that. But
I formation. The give to Graves. Graves will score. Touchdown, Tribe. Ishawn Graves, a 3-yard touchdown burst.
Well, that he wanted to shorten this game, kind of take advantage, run some clock. Ground game came to life there. Kind of enough throws to keep everybody honest. That was a good drive right there.
On to tip the extra point will be Titan Thomas. Extra point attempt by Thomas out of the hole by Manning is
blocked.
So the kick is blocked, and the score remains with 5:42 to go in the football game. Dobyns-Bennett 30 and Volunteer 7 back in 60 seconds on ESPN Tri-Cities.
Dobyns-Bennett scoring play, I formation, 3-yard run by Ishawn Graves. The Indians lead it 37. Titan Thomas to kick off for the Indians. Deep for the Falcons. Dykes and Steele.
All right, welcome back to J. Fred Johnson Stadium. Titan Thomas to kick off. He takes it deep and in the end zone. During the break, Todd was telling me about the official on this side being my friend Steve Fancher. He does a lot of basketball officiating with his wife. They call the games together. And he overruled a call one time that she made. And she came by my scores table, and she looked at me. She said, "He's sleeping on the couch tonight."
That's great.
But they do a great job. Good to see him here at J. Fred Johnson Stadium. Volunteer has it first and 10, 5:42 to go. At their own 20. Barrett to throw again. Barrett completes it again. Near the first down yardage. It will be first down yardage. Knittel makes the catch. He's out to the 30 to a pickup of 12 by Knittel.
Once again, that was just, we weren't close. We weren't close to being there to defend that pass. Granted, it was kind of an underneath pass, had a blocker out in front, but
first and 10, Volunteer. Back up and running, boys.
There you go.
Scrimmaging from the right hash mark. Volunteer with 3 receivers to the very short side of the field. Barrett looking that way, fakes, throws it downfield, and that pass is going to be incomplete. Intending it for Miller. Minton was running step for step with Miller, and then Miller just kind of turned it on a little bit. Kind of had some separation right there at the end of the play.
Yeah, just floated out of bounds a little bit on him. But again, with every exertion like that, they pay a price because Miller is struggling right now. He can barely keep from not cramping.
I think that was Barrett's 40th pass attempt of the night.
Yeah, just physical attrition is a real deal, man.
Low snap, and they get the ball off to the running back, but the low snap kind of disrupted the timing, and so Dykes will lose a yard on that play.
They tried a little draw play right there, catching us, try to catch a little overzealous, and it did not work.
Carswell on the tackle for loss.
It's 3rd and 11.
So it's 3rd down and 11. Clock running, 4:25 to go. Dobyns-Bennett on top, 30-7. A bit of a misleading scoreboard, if I don't say so myself, Tiger. Yeah.
One can say, yes.
One could say.
One could say.
Here comes a pass out in the flat to Dykes. Dykes across the 35 to the 38. Another 6 yards. Going to bring up 4th down.
You know, you think about the turnovers that Volunteers had tonight and the opportunities that they've kind of given away to us. And I would totally agree. I think the game is closer than what the scoreboard would indicate.
Dykes has had a lot of action out of the backfield. It's 4th down and 5 for Volunteer. Carson to throw it, and it's going to be
batted down.
Batted down at the line of scrimmage. And so the Indians turn over Volunteer on 4th down.
That was Nicholas McVeigh.
McVeigh
with his hand on the ball.
Pass breakup of the defensive lineman. So Dobyns-Bennett with 4:01 to go in the game takes over. And they will have it 1st and 10 at the Volunteer Falcon 38.
Tiger, Steve.
Todd?
I knew I was off the air a little bit there working on some technical stuff in pregame, but I don't know if you're going to talk about it or not, but we need to make sure everybody knows about Coach David Hoover's book coming out. 100 Years of Glory, 1921 to 2021, about Dobyns-Bennett football. He did research for 3 years on this thing. He was supposed to have it this Wednesday and had it here tonight, but he will have it first of the week, and that's something that we really need to promote. I think it's going to be an incredible book with all the research, all the players, coaches, media that he's talked to, and I'm really excited about reading that book.
Yep, I need to get him on the coach's show on Wednesday night. for sure. That's an 8-yard run from Myers off the left side. Takes it down to the 30-yard line. I've actually been down at the library on occasion doing some research on things myself and seen him there pouring over the microfilm himself.
Yeah.
2nd down and 2 for Dobyns-Bennett with Blankenship in at quarterback for the Tri.
He interviewed some questionable people, I will say. Yours truly included in that number.
Myers plowing forward from the 30 down to the 22, another 8 yards in a select 7 credit union. 1st down for Dobyns-Bennett.
Heavy dose of the rush right now. Blankenship in there at the helm. Indian line coming to life here.
3 minutes to go.
I'll tell you what, guys, I had him for American history, American government. Now, to this day, is best teacher I ever had. So I can imagine the research, really what he put into it.
It was a fun class. Him spinning that stick.
Again, Myers straight up the middle. Myers running through a tackle, still on his feet. All the way inside the 10, down to the 9-yard line goes Myers. He's got 13 yards and another select 7 credit union. 1st down for the Tri.
Tell you what, Myers brings the wood now. I mean, that kid, he's thick. That's a different change of pace than having eyesight.
Clock running, 2:26. Todd?
Tiger, you was talking about Coach Hoover spinning the stick. Well, I'll tell you right now, if it wasn't for Road Jeopardy, I might not ever got out of his class.
Had some good times with Jeopardy.
Graves back in there at running back for Dobyns-Bennett. Blankenship fakes to Graves, rolling to his right. Blankenship throwing in the end zone. It's going to be incomplete. Trying to get it to Sensabaugh. Over there to break it up was John Ross.
My son would question throwing the ball down here at this particular juncture, but I'm going to tell you, it's important that Blankenship and everybody else, your second teamers, have an opportunity to work on some things in a game situation as well. So I think Coach McMillan and his staff are fully cognizant of that fact as well. Got to watch that clock.
Yep. Blankenship will give it to Graves. Graves up the middle. Graves driving towards the end zone, and that's going to be a touchdown, Tribe. That's Graves' 3rd touchdown of the night.
Graves,
Sean Graves.
He's making a name for himself. I think we're closing in on some of our superlatives for this game.
I've got Graves 16 carries, 99 yards. We'll see what the folks to my left have. I think they've got him for 87. Anyway, here's the extra point attempt by Thomas. Kick by Thomas is up, and that kick by Thomas is good. 1:57 to go in the game. Your new score, Dobyns-Bennett 37, Volunteer 7, back in 60 seconds on ESPN Tri-Cities.
Dobyns-Bennett scoring play. 8-yard touchdown run. Lead block by Ben Phillips. Sean Graves, his 3rd touchdown of the game. Titan Thomas, PAT's good. Bearden 14, Oak Ridge Wildcats 9.
All right, welcome back to J. Fred Johnson Stadium. Dobyns-Bennett 37-7 over Volunteer. It's been a struggle, though.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those games where there's lots of coaching points. It's not bad. That's a great kick. Golly, it's a great kick.
8 yards deep in the end zone.
it's one of those things where it's healthy to not get the big head at this point in the situation. You know, you come out of a Tennessee High and a Volunteer win, both comfortable victories at this point. But there is more than enough opportunity in this game to sit your team down and go, look, save for a couple of plays that went our way, a couple of breaks that went our way, a couple of turnovers that went our way, this game's a whole lot closer than it should have been.
Well, I mean, Tiger, in the scorebook, it's going to be a comfortable win. But I tell you what, there's nothing comfortable on this sideline today.
Right. Yeah. I mean, there's lots of opportunity to get better.
Volunteer 1st and 10 at the 20. The give up the middle is to LaFollette with a new quarterback in there for Volunteer. That is Robbie Dale Bridges.
Robbie Dale.
No gain.
No gain for LaFollette on the carry. Second and 10. Greenville has beaten Granger 78-6. Seymour leading Cherokee at halftime 23-7. Cloudland over Unaka in the third quarter 46-16. Science Hill in the third quarter on top of Anderson County 23-21. Second down and 10. Bridgman, the quarterback. Low snap. Bridgman handles it. Handoff across the line for a gain of couple by LaFollette.
I'll tell you what, I don't want to go overboard about it, but I mean, I really appreciate the grit of the Falcons. Dykes, the quarterback, Barrett, Christian, Kniddle. I mean, those guys, they fought hard tonight. They played well. I think that there's some depth away from having a pretty decent program down there. I think McMillan has done a good job. They do good things. They just don't have the depth that they need at this point.
So it's 3rd and 8. And here's the give across the middle.
Touch pass there.
Touch pass, that was Anderson, I believe.
And Tiger, to be talking about Volunteer, I think Jesse, if you talk to him now, he won't be happy with the game. I'm sure that way we saw the team we saw tonight, he will be pleased with the effort that they put into the game tonight because they played very, very physical and very hard tonight.
Yeah, agreed.
So that'll do it here at J. Fred Johnson Stadium as the time expires in Dobyns-Bennett. And its 2021 home opener has defeated the Volunteer Falcons by the final score of 37-7. We'll take a 3-minute timeout. Come back with the post-game show, our awards. Todd will have a conversation with head coach Joey Christian. We'll have our final stats. Final score again, Dobyns-Bennett 37, Volunteer 7. Back in 3 minutes on ESPN Tri-Cities. All right, welcome back to J. Fred Johnson Stadium. Dobyns-Bennett wins it over Volunteer with a count of 37-7. Hope you enjoyed the live stream tonight and the audio on ESPN Tri-Cities. Live stream brought to us by our friend Spivey, King and Spivey. Tiger?
Spivey, King and Spivey. General practice law firm focusing on criminal defense and family law issues. Firm serves as the Tri-Cities area, Kingsport, Johnson City, Bristol, surrounding areas, including Rogersville, Elizabeth, and Greenville, Irwin, Mountain City. Provides over 75 years of combined experience in matters dealing with criminal law, divorce, custody, business disputes, personal injury, workers' compensation, construction, civil litigation, and medical malpractice. Spivey, King and Spivey combines decades of trial experience, criminal and civil matters. They do it with energy, perseverance. We appreciate the good people at Spivey, King and Spivey. Rick, Matt, Matthew, appreciate y'all getting us on the YouTube tonight. The streaming thing.
Look at my hair. Looked like I just took off a helmet. That's how hard we played up here tonight. So Dobyns-Bennett wins at 37-7, Todd.
Well, I mean, I do appreciate the bunch at Spivey, King and Spivey, and Rick and Matt and Matt, and you know, the live stream guys is right now is a free service, and that's hard to do. It takes a lot of time, effort, and money for Dobyns-Bennett to do that, and we appreciate Dobyns-Bennett, and we've talked about this, Steve, and letting us have some opportunities to be the voice of that live stream.
Yep. We are waiting for Coach Christian to spend some time with his family, including his son Carson, who's the Indian starting center. He's requested that time immediately after the game, and we're happy to grant it to him. Not everybody did, but we did.
We'll just leave that there.
That was a shot right there is what that was.
There were several other media members who accosted him and did not allow him that time that we just allowed him.
But the Indians win it, go to 2-0. Both non-conference games to start the year. Meanwhile, Volunteer drops to 0-2, but this is a Volunteer team that's going to win some football games this year.
I agree. I don't want it to sound like I was over-praising them, but they did some really good things out there. And, yes, we made some mistakes out there. There were some busted coverages and things like that, but on the whole, they made some plays. And I think that they will distance themselves from others in their conference. Now, they're up against some pretty stiff competition, but yeah, you're right. I think third place is very doable for them in their conference this year.
Dobyns-Bennett wins it by the count of 37-7. It was 14-7 at halftime, and Volunteer had possession deep in Dobyns-Bennett territory right before intermission, and a big sack by Levi Evans ended the first half, and Dobyns-Bennett was able to get some things going with Ishawn Graves in that ground attack in the third quarter. But it was not easy here against a very game Volunteer Falcons team. Head coach Jesse McMillan, who you could just see his handprint all over this football team.
Yeah, and I said, I think, given enough time, getting the younger players, Jesse an opportunity to coach them up, and develop some depth. I know that, Volunteer is a smaller school. They have a smaller pool to draw from, but out here tonight, depth was their biggest issue. They just they were spent at the end of this game. We called that. That's no great. That was not something great and prophetic on our part. It was just it was science, really. No, the team's going to do some good things this year, and so is the Dobyns-Bennett bunch. I think we have some opportunities to coach some guys up tonight. Lots of mistakes that we can improve upon and get better from, and we're going to have to later on in this season.
Still awaiting Joey to get through. Todd, if you want to grab any players.
Well, I'm a long ways away from. I kind of looked for a few, and I think the ones that were involved seriously in the game, I think they are pretty wore out and was heading to the locker room pretty quick.
Yeah, in fact, you're right, because most of the people I see on the field aren't wearing pads. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, are wearing pads. It's not a lot of sweat in there.
Yeah.
So, but
here he comes.
Yeah. So.
All right, here comes Coach Todd, I think. Yep, here we go.
They didn't say they'd all be easy, Coach.
Ain't none of them.
Are we?
We're live.
Okay, well, yeah, and they're. I got like we've probably showed it. Ain't none of them going to be easy. So yeah, man, some long games too, aren't they? Seems like we're out here for forever.
Well, you know, the first quarter went really quick. I mean, it kind of got some ground stuff going. They completed some completions, and then all of a sudden it just kind of stalled, and it was more of a almost like a championship fight than it did a football game at times.
That's the way I felt too there at times. You know, they were listening, and I told you before the game. You know, they're well coached and do a great job. I thought they had a good game plan against us. We were able to, they just kind of throw underneath, and like most teams aren't patient enough to keep throwing a 5-yard stop around and try to occasionally work a little 8-yard out route behind you and things like that. But kudos to them. They did a great job of that. And the good thing was, like a lot of times we were able to hold them. They drove it from 20 to 20. And we were able to hold them out of the end zone and make a few opportune turnovers. But boy, oh man, it's difficult.
Coach Barrett for them. I mean, he you could tell he's a player and everything else. But it seemed like in that second half, you got to him enough and got him on the back that you finally got him make a couple throws off that back foot and got the big interception.
Yeah, I think so. We were rotating so many guys in there trying to stay fresh and have anybody at all that had a little juice about them that could get after them. But, they do a good job with him getting, throwing quick and getting the ball out of his hand. And but, yeah, I think, I don't know if we ever got him rattled or not, but he's a pretty tough kid. But we were able to at least get one, so we'll take it.
You're great friends and with Coach McMillan, and McMillan hid no secrets that he was not happy with the effort that his team put in the first game against West Ridge. But I know there's a lot of things he wished his team would have done better, but there was no question the effort that Volunteer put up tonight.
Absolutely. Listen, they played hard. It's there's a little bit of edge about it, to those people from Eastern Hawkins County, and we're Dobyns-Bennett. We're the ones with the big stadium and all that, and I expected them to come in and fight like tooth and nail for everything, and they did a good job of that.
Coach, in a game like this, it's kind of back and forth, kind of played dirty, not like literally, but in the trenches and everything. Sometimes you look for that player, and I think Graves was that player for y'all tonight.
Listen, Ishan keeps getting better and better every game, and he's going to have to continue. I think we'd like to have played Hunter a little bit more and Caleb a little bit more, but as much as they were doing on defense, as much as we were asking them, it's so hot out here, so it's still humid. It's 10 o'clock here almost, and it's so sticky still. So kind of went without them and just let Myers and Ishan handle it. Ishan's got a little wiggle about him. He's got a little speed about him, low center of gravity. Does a good job for us. We gotta keep working him, and he'll keep getting better and better. And good things is going to happen to him. I think we've already showed that. He showed that.
Well, Coach, I mean, as a coach, big win tonight, 37-7, but you got a lot of things to work on.
Oh man, we've got so much to work on. I mean, listen, we proved tonight. I mean, really, like I said, our defense. I mean, there's things we got to work on there. Getting our eyes in the wrong places still. Why we're looking in the backfield on certain coverages, I don't know, but we still are playing hard offensively. When we all know what to do and we'll do it to the best of our ability and play hard, we're a pretty good offensive football team too. We just ain't getting that enough.
Also, Coach, on defense, Volunteer at the end of the half had a chance to come down and put a big score up. And, of course, they were driving and everything else on a big third down play, big play by Levi Evans on the big hit on the quarterback.
Big sack there, yeah. Yeah, there right before half. That was big, you're right, because we could have went in, probably should have went in, tied at the half. But, Levi did, senior like that, with, been out here a lot, one of the few guys that's played a lot more than just 2 games now. So he's able to make a play and do something, and it was good that we got that play because ultimately we needed that.
Coach, also, one of the things you've talked about your teams and everything else, and that's play hard on every snap, and I think y'all did that tonight.
I think so. I mean, listen, I'm not going to fault our effort. I thought our effort was great. I'll look at it on film, and we'll make a determination if it was. But he Yeah, our effort's good. We just, man, it's an assignment and execution. We got to know our assignment, and then we just got to go out and execute it.
Well, Coach, it is a young football team, and I know y'all are going to keep improving. I know y'all keep coaching them up, and it's nice that you got a lot of things to work on, but you're still coming out 2-0.
Yeah, it'd be a whole lot worse if it's 0-2. So we just got to make sure we learn from it. And we got to continue to just get better, and we got to do a better job as coaches. I didn't do a very good job. That's the, obviously, if we're having that many assignment issues, then that's my fault. So I'll take blame for that.
Well, Coach, I'll tell you what, y'all still did a good job, good win. We'll see you Wednesday night at Golden Corral, and go enjoy the win before you got to get back to working.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Roll Tribe.
Thanks, Coach. Guys, I think he's nailed on the head. There is a lot of work with this football team. We knew preseason that this football team had a lot of work, a lot of young players and a lot of things. And, you win football games and you still got things to work on. That's not a bad thing.
Not a bad thing. We'll take a 2-minute timeout. We're going to name our players of the game, our play of the game. We'll have our final stats and a scoring recap as well. We'll do all that next in 2 minutes. This is Dobyns-Bennett Indian football right here on ESPN Tri-Cities. All right, welcome back here to J. Fred Johnson Stadium. Steve Wilmoth, Tiger Brooks, and Todd Freeman. Freeman will be back up here in the press box momentarily. Tigers, time to kind of recap the game, if you will. Dobyns-Bennett deferred the opening kickoff and ended up getting the ball back after a fumble by Volunteer on its third play from scrimmage. Dobyns-Bennett went 25 yards in 3 plays, a minute 39 seconds, and scoring the first touchdown of the game to take a 7-0 lead. And the touchdown was Jake Carson's pass to Jonathan Gillespie for 21 yards. Point after by Thomas is good. Volunteer again, a pretty deep drive into Dobyns-Bennett territory, but they were turned away, and Dobyns-Bennett took over at its 13. That was the failed field goal attempt in which the holder, Christian, found Dykes for 1 yard on 4th and 8. Dobyns-Bennett takes over at the 13-yard line. They drive 5 plays, 87 yards, 2 minutes and 5 seconds. Big play, Carson to Phillips for 64 yards. Carson to Levi Evans for 19 yards, and Evans a 1-yard touchdown run. And really at that point you thought, okay, this thing's well in hand, and then Dobyns-Bennett is doing what it does. But, the Volunteer defense stiffened, kind of shut down the Indian running game the rest of the half. And Carson Christian got hot throwing the football, including a 36-yard touchdown pass to Heath Miller with 6:14 to go in the first half. And Volunteer led it. That was a 6-play, 80-yard drive in 2 minutes and 5 seconds. And Dobyns-Bennett led it just 14-7. Dobyns-Bennett on 4th and 8. An incomplete pass from the Volunteer 42-yard line gave the Falcons the ball back. And the Falcons drove it all the way down to the Indian 14-yard line. And on 1st and 10, it was Carson dropping back to pass, and it was Levi Evans coming in with a big sack and loss of minus 11 yards and really ended the first half there. Volunteer could very well have gone into the locker room tied at 14. Dobyns-Bennett gets possession in the third quarter. They take the opening possession, and they march 6 plays and 64 yards. It was Ashawn Graves, a 34-yard touchdown run with 8:45 to go in the third quarter, gave Dobyns-Bennett a 21-7 lead. But again, it was back and forth. It was Volunteer deep into Indian territory again, all the way down to, I guess they didn't get deep. It was 21. They got to their 21, and they punted it back to Dobyns-Bennett. Dobyns-Bennett gets down to the 10-yard line, and the first play of the fourth quarter, a 21-yard field goal by Titan Thomas made it 24-7. And then Dobyns-Bennett went a lot to the running game. It was Andrew Myers with 3 straight carries and 2 separate drives, but it was Graves who came in and got the touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
And so Graves, a 3-yard touchdown run with 5:42 to go and a 9-yard touchdown run with 1:57 to go. And that was the final count, 37-7. Look at some team stats for you. First of all, first downs. It was for Volunteer. They had 19 first downs. Dobyns-Bennett had 19 first downs. Volunteer rushing, 17 rushes for only 23 yards. Meanwhile, Dobyns-Bennett 30 rushes for 141 yards. So Volunteer much tougher against the run than they were last week. Passing, Volunteer 25 out of 44. Actually make that 27 out of 46 for 295 yards. Dobyns-Bennett 9 out of 20 for 207 yards. Both teams threw an interception in the football game. Total yards for Volunteer 315, for Dobyns-Bennett 348. Penalty department, Indians were hurt early by the penalties. Volunteer was hurt late. Both teams penalized 6 times. Volunteer for 60 yards, Dobyns-Bennett for 65. Both teams gained first downs on 4 different penalties. Indians punted twice for a 31-yard average. Volunteer punted 3 times for a 39-yard average. And Volunteer also lost 2 fumbles. The Indians +2 in the turnover category for a second straight week. Third down conversions, Volunteer 5 out of 13. Dobyns-Bennett 5 out of 10. They were 5 out of 11 last week, so 10 out of 21 for the year. That's a pretty good percentage third down conversion. Dobyns-Bennett 0 for 2 on fourth downs, and for Volunteer 2 out of 4. Look at some individual numbers. First of all, for the Volunteer Falcons, Garrison Barrett, 24 out of 43, 290 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Heath Miller had 7 receptions for 119 yards and a score. Kaysen Christian, 6 carries, 74 yards, 6 catches, 74 yards. Andrew Knittel, 5 receptions, 46 yards. Dawson Dykes, 3 catches for 39 yards. Jared Counts, 2 catches for 10 yards. It was Caden LaFollette, 1 reception for 2 yards. Rushing, Dykes 8 carries, 46 yards. LaFollette 2 for 2. It was Christian, 2 rushes from -8. Oh, that was Counts, excuse me. Yes, Jared Counts, 2 rushes, -8 yards. And Barrett was thrown for 17 yards of losses on 5 rushes. And I think there was 2 or 3 sacks involved in there, Tiger, for the Indian defense. I know Carswell got 1, Moses got 1, Evans got 1. Those were the 3 I remember off the top of my head. For Dobyns-Bennett passing, Jake Carson, 8 out of 16, 180 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Noah Blankenship, 1 completion, 4 yards, 4 attempts, 27 yards. Receiving, Shear led the way, 5 receptions, 70 yards. Gillespie, 2 for 54 and a touchdown. Phillips, 1 for 64. Evans, 1 for 19. Rushing, Graves, 16 carries, 88 yards on the official tally. I had him with 99. But nonetheless, we'll go with the official 3 touchdowns for Graves. Andrew Myers, 8 carries, 43 yards. Minton, only 3 carries for 7. Baker, 1 for 7. They were just too busy on defense, as the coach mentioned. Levi Evans, 1 carry for 1 yard. Carson was sacked 1 time for -5 for Dobyns-Bennett. That's kind of your stats. Let's turn our attention now to our players of the game, plays of the game, Tiger. Let's go ahead and start with the Holston Medical Group play of the game. And that was a big play. Dobyns-Bennett coming out of the gate in the second half, able to get a drive going, and then got Ishawn Graves loose for that 34-yard touchdown run. It really gave the Indians a bit, just ever so slight breathing room. I mean, it was just a struggle to that point. The Indians had not played well in the second quarter, and we said coming out of halftime that we thought they needed to go to the ground game and get some things happening there, and they certainly did. So Ishawn Graves, our Holston Medical Group play of the game, the 34-yard touchdown run and the opening drive of the second half.
Yeah, and it was it created some space that was desperately needed. It allowed them to come back, as you just said, to kind of assert a little bit of dominance at the beginning of the second half, kind of keep their foot down on the gas, so to speak. And I thought that was it was important, because there were times late in the third quarter where they were completing some passes. Barrett was kind of coming back into his own. They were getting a little bit of rhythm, and we needed those points. We needed that to kind of keep the pressure on them, and we saw again the physical attrition and the toll that it was taking on Volunteer, keeping those guys out there for going both ways all that time. But that was a huge play.
Yeah.
Huge play for Ishawn Graves right there.
Ishawn Graves, the Holston Medical Group play of the game, sponsored by the new Holston Medical Group Primary Specialty Care and Outpatient Diagnostic Center in Johnson City, conveniently located on People Street next to At Home. Your health partner for life, Holston Medical Group. Visit holstonmedicalgroup.com for more details. Turn our attention now to the offensive player of the game. That's the Chris Jenkins Insurance Group offensive player of the game. Our good friend Chris Jenkins been sponsoring Dobyns-Bennett Sports for a long time with us here on ESPN Tri-Cities. He's a Indian fan, and we appreciate him very much. An offensive player of the game. We talked about Graves. We're going to go with Graves. He scored 3 touchdowns, rushed for near 100 yards.
Yeah.
And, he showed a lot of wiggle. He showed some speed running away from guys on that 34-yard touchdown run. So our Chris Jenkins offensive player of the game tonight, Ishawn Graves.
Absolutely. And Chris Jenkins, an Indian for life, he is. And we appreciate him so much over the years being a part of our broadcast. And, I think Coach Christian made the point right there in his interview with Todd. It was important that there was an opportunity for Paige joining the broadcast here.
Around the world, that's Paige Brooks, boys and girls.
Isn't she lovely? Okay, so it was very important right there that, that Graves was able to make the kind of hay that he was making, because we were able to keep fresh legs in on defense, which was key, because they were playing, Baker and Minton both playing in the backfield, having to run down those passes and everything. So that is a difference that the depth for Dobyns-Bennett makes, and Graves took advantage of that. Player of the game. I mean, he did a great job.
Turn our attention now. Our final award is the TriCitiesSports.com Freeman Production Indian Springs Baptist Church Defensive Player of the Game. TriCitiesSports.com celebrating its 18th year, beginning on August the 1st. Your source for local sports. Freeman Productions, the sound you hear tonight, most everything coming out of the fine work from Mr. Todd Freeman and Freeman Production. If you got an event that you need sound on, that's your guy right there.
Yeah.
He's over there. He's toast tonight, but he's over there.
He is the man.
And he does a lot of stuff. Races,
the ref mic.
Concerts, yes, everything. I mean, all these bells and whistles that you hear, that's Freeman Production. Of course, Tiger Freeman and the fine folks at Tiger Brooks, and the fine folks at Indian Springs Baptist Church. You're looking for a church home, Hill Road in Indian Springs. They've got a spot for you. Great outfit.
Amen. Preach it, brother.
Preach it, brother. And with all that, I forgot to name the player of the game. The defensive player of the game is Levi Evans. I mean, the big sack. He was in on a lot of pressures.
Yeah.
A lot of tackles. Don't know the tackle number yet, but the big sack there at the end of the first half. That's your play of the defensive player of the game. That's a play the defensive player of the game makes.
Absolutely. And, I think that obviously Levi Evans is a kid whose name we're going to call early and often most of the season, and we will not see the last of him. He's going to be a kid that is really prominent on both sides of the ball. He gets in there on short yardage situations. He had a great catch tonight for a reception. But tonight, defensively, he was a game changer for us. It came up big when we needed him most.
Next week on the road, Dobyns-Bennett Region 1 6A opener. We go to Morristown East down at Burke-Toney Stadium. Todd will be on assignment next week. It'll be just you and I, Tiger, making the trip. So we'll be down there in the friendly confines, taking on the Morristown East Hurricanes in a Region 1 6A game. And we look forward to that. Region competition always steps up a notch when you take on region foes.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're going to go into a hostile situation down there in that particular area, taking on those guys, and we're going to have to shore some things up. You know, we've got to tighten some things up and play a little bit better. You know, there were some pre-snap penalties tonight that we just can't have moving forward in the season, and so going to be a fun night next week in Morristown.
Don't forget 6 o'clock on the sideline with head coach Joey Christian, live from the Golden Corral on Eastman Road in Kingsport. Yours truly will be along. Look forward to talking to some more to Coach Christian about this game, and he'll give us a great preview of the Morristown East Hurricanes. Once again, thank our fine sponsors here on ESPN Tri-Cities: Action Rentals and Sales, Appalachian Orthopedics, Associate Orthopedics of Kingsport, Center Street Wealth Management, Elite Manufacturing and Professional Services, Hamlet Dobson, Holston Medical Group, Ingalls, Italian Village, Jeff's Pipe and Muffler Shop, Jenkins Insurance Group, Kingsport Heating and Air, Max Medicine Mart, Music Doctors, Nards Automotive, Select 7 Credit Union, Spivey, King and Spivey Attorneys at Law, and Valley View Animal Clinic. Appreciate you folks very much.
And especially Spivey, King and Spivey. You see the logo if you're watching the stream. Thank them for being a part of this and making this possible for us tonight. And we are thrilled to be a part of it with you tonight. We hope you enjoyed it.
No question. Thank you to Todd Freeman. He's toast over there. Thank you to Tiger Brooks. Appreciate you very much. And look forward to game number 3 next week. Your final score, Dobyns-Bennett 37, Volunteer 7. Till we greet you next week from Morristown, this is Steve Wilmoth saying so long, good night, and roll Tribe.
Roll Tribe.